The story opens in a quiet room where soft moans break the silence and scattered clothes mark what just happened. A young woman lies beside a handsome man, her mind drifting in confusion and regret. She feels it is not fair because in a single moment she has fallen into unexpected misfortune. She keeps feeling as if she was born only for misery, since whenever the sun seems to shine on her, its warmth belongs to others, the wind carries joy elsewhere, and even the flowers around her look like ruins. The scene shifts to the night before an important arrival. Voices instruct everyone to prepare thoroughly because a special guest will come tomorrow. When morning comes, the mansion of Yonghwadan looks busy. A beautiful woman carries a large vase toward the garden, trying to stay calm even though she mutters to herself that everything has to happen today. The person in charge of supervising the place has fallen ill, and now she must handle the work. As she moves through the newly decorated annex, she realizes it looks completely different from how it did a week ago, when it was still her quiet workspace. She sits down, exhausted, thinking that she should rest a little before nightfall. But from beyond the wall, she hears two young men talking, and one of them is a name she knows too well, Lee Hyung-gu. Her body stiffens. She wonders why he is here. His voice sounds cheerful as he greets his friend and says it has been a while. When asked if he came to visit his parents, his friend replies that he just wanted to escape their constant talk about marriage, since he is still too young for that, and asks if Hyung-gu's own family does not nag him the same way. There is a brief silence, and Hyung-gu says playfully that he might be marrying Yeon Sahi. Hearing her own name makes the woman's heart stop, because she is Yeon Sahi. She forces a small smile but feels uneasy. The friend exclaims in disbelief, and Hyung-gu quickly explains that they are not dating yet, but their families are discussing the match. The friend jokes that their former classmates would go crazy if they heard, since she had been everyone's first love. Hyung-gu sounds proud, and when the friend asks if she is still as beautiful as before, he replies that she is pretty, but that's all, then cruelly adds that she is crippled. The words slice through Sahi like a blade. He continues talking, saying that apart from her looks there is nothing special, and his mother would never approve such a match. The friend agrees lightly, and their laughter echoes on. Sahi stands up, shaken and hurt, whispering to herself that she should not be listening to this. She remembers that she still has to lock the back path before the important guest arrives, since the caretaker has fallen sick. As she turns a corner, she suddenly meets a tall man, a stranger to her, but one whose presence feels heavy and magnetic. He is the same man she was with in the opening scene. Behind her, Hyung-gu and his friend continue their vulgar conversation, wondering crudely how Hyung-gu plans to be intimate with a cripple. Hyung-gu laughs, saying that only her ankle is injured and everything else is fine. They keep teasing each other until Hyung-gu arrogantly adds that he will try her soon and tell his friend how it goes. Each sentence burns Sahi from inside. She lowers her head and tries to pass quietly, but her ankle slips and she almost falls. The tall man quickly throws away his cigarette and catches her arm before she hits the ground. His voice is calm when he asks if she is the one they were talking about. Shocked, she pulls her hand away, bows, apologizes politely, and hurries off, while he watches her leave in silence. Evening falls, and Sahi is summoned to the main building where her grandmother waits. The old woman introduces her to Madam Min Yo-jin of Jungmoon Enterprises, explaining that the granddaughter who was supposed to serve her is ill, so Sahi will take her place. Sahi bows and introduces herself formally. Madam Min looks at her and comments that she is very pretty, joking that after hearing constant praise about CEO Jung, she finds those compliments less believable now that she sees this granddaughter. The grandmother laughs modestly, saying Sahi is only a countryside girl who cannot be compared with such elegance, then orders Sahi to bring tea. While walking away, Sahi realizes her grandmother wants to show her off, to prove she can behave properly in front of an important guest. As she passes the doorway, she overhears her grandmother saying that Sahi's legs are not in perfect condition, but she is good with her hands, so she can still be useful. Madam Min expresses sympathy, saying such a pretty girl deserves a good doctor, and offers to recommend one. The grandmother gratefully accepts. Soon after, her grandmother comes out and calls Sahi sharply. When Sahi turns, the old woman grabs her chin in anger, scolding her for wearing makeup while meeting such a guest. She wipes the lipstick from her lips and reminds her that living in this house is a privilege granted by that family, so she must conduct herself wisely and avoid anything that might offend the madam. Then she orders her to prepare the annex rooms while everyone is at dinner. Sahi answers quietly, hiding her hurt behind obedience. Later, while walking through the dim corridor, she repeats her grandmother's warning to herself. She tells her heart to stay away from trouble and promises that she will not involve herself with anyone. She opens a door carefully and freezes. Inside sits the same man from earlier, half-dressed, his eyes fixed on her in quiet amusement. She gasps in embarrassment, apologizes quickly, and shuts the door. Leaning against it, she scolds herself for not checking first. Maybe he did not care, she tells herself, so perhaps it will be fine. But before she can calm down, footsteps approach. Her heart begins to race again. Then, his deep voice calls from behind the door, telling her to come in. She turns in shock, hesitating, and just as she does, the door slowly opens. And in that instant, Sahi's entangled fate truly begins. When Sahi finally steps inside the room, the tall man from earlier is still buttoning his shirt, his calm eyes glancing her way. Keeping her head bowed, she apologizes softly for her earlier intrusion and says she meant no rudeness. His tone is cool as he reminds her that she entered without knocking, and she quickly explains that she had been told everyone left for dinner. Embarrassment colors her cheeks as she repeats her apology. But the man waves it off, saying there is no need for that, and then walks closer to her, his footsteps steady, his gaze fixed directly on her face. She feels nervous, unsure why he's staring at her so intently, and her thoughts rush that his silence is making her uncomfortable. Before she can say anything, a voice from outside the door calls out, announcing that the preparations for the video conference and the meeting with headquarters are complete and they need to leave. Hearing that, Sahi quickly bows and says she'll take her leave. But the man's voice stops her midway as he instructs her to bring dinner to his room later. She answers respectfully, agreeing without hesitation, and watches him leave, still uncertain about who he really is or why his gaze unsettles her so deeply. The next morning, calm sunlight fills the courtyard. Inside a quiet room, Madame Min Yo-jin stands in front of a small altar, whispering prayers with her eyes closed. She pleads that all obstacles be cleared from her son Tayon's path and that he may lead the Young Moon group without hindrance. She prays over and over, asking for blessings and a good fate for him. Behind her, her son, CEO Young Tayon, sits lazily on a sofa, tapping on his tablet, clearly uninterested in the prayer ritual. His mother suddenly calls out loudly, ordering him to come and offer his prayers too. She scolds him, saying anyone could tell she's his mother just by the way she worries. She knows he's unhappy about being forced to come all the way out here right after returning to Korea, but insists that it was the chairman's decision, not hers. She tells him to think of it as his first proper break in a long time. At that moment, a gentle voice comes from the doorway. It's Sahi, holding a tray with a glass of cold water. She politely announces her arrival and steps inside, saying she's brought the water Madame Min requested. As she enters, she notices Tayon's eyes immediately turn toward her, and she can feel his gaze following her every move. The way he looks at her makes her uneasy, and she silently wonders why he's watching her again. She focuses on her task and hands the glass to Madame Min, who accepts it with a pleasant smile. The older woman studies her face for a moment and then asks if her name is Yeon Sahi, to which she nods and answers yes. The next question comes casually. How old is she? Sahi replies that she's 28. Then Min asks if she has a boyfriend. Sahi shakes her head and says no. Min laughs lightly and asks why not, because a woman her age should be dating. Sahi hesitates, then quietly answers that she does not have such thoughts right now. Min leans a little closer, her tone almost teasing, as she says that Sahi is young and pretty, so she should have no trouble finding someone if she wishes. She tells her that she should do whatever she wants before settling down, because both dating and marriage come with their own complications. She smiles, asking if Sahi agrees, and Sahi nods politely, saying yes, she does. From the side, Tayon lets out a soft chuckle, amused by the conversation. The sound immediately draws Min's attention, and she turns toward him sharply, asking why he's laughing. He replies that it's because her words sounded encouraging, calling her mother with a trace of sarcasm. She frowns, saying she did not mean that advice for him because his circumstances are completely different. He, as the heir and leader of the group, needs a reliable woman by his side, not meaningless relationships. She continues lecturing him that since he'll be staying in the countryside for a month, maybe it's time he meets a few suitable women through blind dates. She offers to arrange them herself. Tayon glances briefly at Sahi before responding calmly that he'll agree. Surprised, Min asks if he's serious, reminding him that back in Seoul, he always insisted he was too busy for such things. He answers that the chairman has done him a favor this time, so he might as well comply. Min smiles, satisfied, and begins searching around for something, then finds an envelope. Handing it to Sahi, she explains that she wants her to give it to the priestess nearby. Inside, she says, are the profiles of the women chosen for the blind dates, and she wants the priestess to check which one would be most compatible with CEO Jung. Sahi accepts the envelope quietly and assures her she will deliver it. Min nods and turns to Tayon, saying it's time to go, while Sahi steps out respectfully. Later, as Min and her son walk together through the garden, she keeps talking about the blind dates. She says they do not have much time, so he should not drag them out or make things complicated. Just meet the women first, she tells him, and they can decide how to proceed, depending on whether he feels a connection. But behind her words, Min's thoughts wander. She keeps wondering if her son's interest might already be caught elsewhere. To test him, she casually brings up Sahi, saying that the girl from earlier was quite beautiful and carried herself with an air of grace. She admits that Sahi caught her attention and asks her son directly if she happens to be his type. Her question hangs in the air for a moment before Tayon finally answers, his voice dry and teasing, saying that she might as well just buy him protection if she's that curious. The remark stuns Min, who gasps in disbelief and asks if she's being too obvious. He does not answer directly, only tells her gently to go inside and rest, adding that she looks tired. As he turns away and walks off, his expression shifts, his thoughts sounding colder than his words. He tells himself that if he were ever truly interested in someone, he would simply make a move. He admits silently that Sahi is indeed beautiful, but he is not the type to let beauty make a fool out of him. He'd rather avoid wasting time on what he considers meaningless attraction. The soft sound of wind brushes through the garden as Sahi walks along a narrow path, her arms filled with neatly folded clothes. The sun is beginning to set, its orange light flickering over the leaves. She sighs quietly and tells herself that maybe the tension she feels is only because she's tired. She already handed the envelope to the old priestess earlier, so she plans to return to her room as soon as she finishes her last errand. When she stops in front of Tayon's room, she knocks lightly and asks if she may come in, but there's no response. After waiting for a moment, she concludes that no one is inside. Whispering to herself that she'll just finish quickly and leave, she steps in. The air is cool and faintly scented with cologne, the curtains half drawn. She begins to tidy the room, placing the clean clothes on the counter, when her eyes land on the tray of food sitting untouched on the table. It's the dinner she brought for him the night before. She pauses and wonders why he asked her to bring it at all if he had no intention of eating it. Then she shakes her head lightly, thinking perhaps he's simply that kind of person, someone born into privilege, who's always had everything handed to him and gives orders without much thought for others. Her movements slow as her thoughts drift. She recalls how he keeps giving her those unreadable looks, not even bothering to hide them, and how it unsettles her every time. Even when Madame Min was present earlier, he kept staring at her as if trying to read something she could not understand. She lets out a small breath and decides it does not matter. Whatever his reasons, it's none of her concern. As she continues her cleaning, her eyes unintentionally fall on the side table beside the bed, and there she spots a small box of protection. Her hand freezes midair. For a moment she just stares, confused, before an uneasy realization creeps into her thoughts. She remembers how Mrs. Chun once mentioned that some guests at Yonghwadang use their private rooms as secret hideaways for affairs. Her expression stiffens as she tries not to imagine further, thinking that even though Tayon is not married yet, it seems he might be using this place the same way. The thought makes her flush with disbelief, to think that someone like him, who seems so composed and distant, could be so shameless. She looks toward the door, then glances in the direction of Madame Min's room, which is not far away. The idea that he might behave this way, so close to his mother, makes her shake her head in silent disapproval. Then she turns to doing her remaining chores. Meanwhile, outside in the garden, Tayon strolls along the path with his hands in his pockets, his gaze calm but distant. His secretary spots him and greets him respectfully, saying he was waiting because the room is being cleaned. He offers his boss a drink, adding with a polite smile that everything is ready once the cleaning is done. Tayon gives a brief nod, glancing toward the house. Just then, Sahi appears at the door, stepping out quietly after finishing her work. She looks surprised to see him there, and the secretary approaches her first, greeting her warmly. He thanks her for looking after them during their stay and introduces himself as CEO Young's secretary. Sahi answers politely that it's no trouble at all. She adds that she's done cleaning so they can continue their conversation inside, and she turns to leave. But before she can go far, Tayon's voice calls her name. "Miss Yon Sahi," he says, his tone composed but firm. When she looks back, he extends the drink in his hand toward her, offering it casually. She hesitates, taken aback by his unexpected gesture, and her heart skips for a moment as she remembers all the uneasy thoughts she had about him just minutes ago. In that instant, faint images flash in her mind, her imagination reminding her of what kind of man she thought he was, and it makes her nervous. Politely but firmly, she refuses, saying she's fine, and then bows slightly. Her voice is low and formal as she says she'll take her leave now. Without meeting his eyes again, she turns away, her footsteps quickening as if she cannot wait to put distance between them. Tayon watches her retreating figure with a faint, unreadable expression. He slowly takes a sip of the drink she just refused, and his thoughts echo the exact words she said. "No, I'm fine. I'll take my leave now." He repeats them in his head as if testing their weight, amused by how easily she fled. 3 simple words, and she ran away as though she expected him to chase her. He walks into his room afterward, setting his drink down on the table with a quiet clink. His eyes wander over the space she just cleaned, on the side table, and that's when he sees the small box lying there. He stops for a moment, realizing instantly what it must look like. A smirk forms on his lips as he picks it up and turns it in his hand. He murmurs to himself that it must be his mother's doing, another one of her misguided attempts to push him into relationships. Then he chuckles under his breath, thinking about Sahi again. She must have seen this when she was cleaning, and now it explains her cold, nervous behavior. The way she looked away so quickly, the way she refused the drink, it all makes sense. Inside the quiet room, Tayon calls for his secretary. The man enters promptly, stands at attention as Tayon asks coldly if this is his doing. The secretary looks puzzled for a moment, unsure what he means. His face turns pale when Tayon clarifies that he is talking about the protections. Shocked and flustered, he begins to stammer, denying any involvement. Tayon's tone remains calm yet sharp as he tells him that even if it was under her mother's orders, he should have thought twice before following them. The secretary bows deeply, apologizing quickly for any inconvenience he may have caused, his voice shaking a little. Tayon sighs and dismisses him curtly, saying to forget it, then places the pack of protection back on the table as though the matter no longer matters. He sinks into his chair and closes his eyes, resting his head back in silence. The secretary hesitates, then speaks carefully, asking if perhaps something happened between him and the madam. He admits he can understand her frustration because, in truth, he feels frustrated as well. Tayon opens his eyes and asks what he could possibly be frustrated about. Kim hesitates, then blurts out that it's because they keep cornering him. They keep protecting him, he says bitterly, meaning Jung Tae-jun, the man everyone knows should have already been finished. The mention of that name makes Taeyon's calm expression darken. His thoughts drift away, recalling how his older cousin, Jung Tae-jun, was given a position within Jungmoon Constructions purely through favoritism by Chairman Jung. He remembers the news of Tae-jun's embezzlement scandal, 8 billion won lost through his reckless misconduct. Taeyon had been waiting patiently for the perfect moment to remove him permanently, but Chairman Jung had intervened, shielding Tae-jun once again. He leans forward, thinking that the reason the chairman protects that man is not loyalty, but control. It's to keep him, Jung Taeyon, in check, to make sure he does not rise too fast. He realizes bitterly that the chairman has no plan to hand over the Jungmoon Group to him easily. The thought makes him grit his teeth. After a long pause, Taeyon looks up and changes the subject, asking his secretary if the spring baseball opening game is in 2 weeks. The man nods quickly and says yes, adding that the club has already sent an invitation. Taeyon straightens his posture, replying simply that he will look into it. As he walks toward the door, his voice turns low and confident. He says that in about 2 weeks, things should settle down nicely, since the suggestion that started all this mess never made sense in the first place. And by then, the chairman should finally understand. As evening falls, the story moves back to Sahi. She sits quietly in the corridor, the faint sound of cicadas filling the air. Her mind drifts back to the moment earlier when Taeyon had offered her the drink, and she regrets how coldly she refused him. Maybe she overreacted, she thinks. She sighs softly and hopes Mrs. Chun recovers soon so that she does not have to keep crossing paths with that man again. Her phone suddenly vibrates. The screen flashes with a name, Kim Joo-hwan. Her heart lifts a little as she reads the text saying he has good news for her. Curious and hopeful, she calls him right away, skipping any greeting as she demands to know what's going on. Ju-hwan chuckles over the phone, teasing her for being so direct. He says he'll be there soon, and before she can ask more, he tells her to come outside. A few minutes later, a red car pulls up in front of the building. The door opens, and Ju-hwan steps out with his usual playful grin, greeting her warmly. "It's been a while," he says, looking pleased to see her. Sahi wastes no time asking what the good news is that he mentioned. He laughs, telling her she's too impatient, and hands her an envelope. She frowns, asking what it is, and he replies with a proud smile that she should be able to tell. It's a letter of recommendation for studying abroad. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she asks if he's serious. He nods, urging her to read it, and explains that they expect a response within 2 weeks. The conditions are good, he adds, and all she needs to do is show up without worrying about anything. He tells her to think about it carefully because this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one that could completely change her quality of life compared to how things are now. She stares at the envelope, stunned, unsure whether to feel happy or afraid of what it means. As he prepares to leave, Ju-hwan sniffs the air suddenly and asks who's smoking nearby. He waves his hand to fan away the smell, and Sahi quickly grabs his wrist, telling him softly to stop doing that. But when she looks to the side, her body stiffens. Not far from them, Tayon stands quietly, holding a cigarette between his fingers, his gaze calm yet unreadable. Her heart skips a beat, panic rushing through her. Ju-hwan notices her reaction and looks at the man too, then glances back at her, curious. Sahi quickly says that they should continue their conversation in the car, trying to move the attention away from Tayon. But Ju-hwan shrugs, saying there's nothing more to discuss. She insists again, pushing him lightly toward the car, whispering for him to go before things get awkward. He smiles teasingly, clearly enjoying how flustered she looks, and says he's leaving. Then, as he opens the car door, he glances back at her and makes a heart shape with his fingers, laughing as he says, "Love you," before driving away. Sahi freezes, mortified. Her face burns with embarrassment as she realizes Tayon must have seen their childish exchange. She turns quickly to look at him, but by then, he's already walking away, his figure disappearing down the path without a word. She thinks bitterly that it seems like irritating things keep happening whenever they cross paths. Then she catches herself and sighs, wondering if she even has the right to be annoyed. After all, he's a very important guest, nothing more than that. Someone who means absolutely nothing in her life. She repeats that to herself again and again, trying to convince her heart to stay still. But as her mind drifts, a sudden image flashes before her eyes, an image of her leaning forward and kissing him. Late at night, Sahi sits alone in her small, quiet room, her thoughts heavy and restless. The dim light from her desk lamp softens the room's corners, and she stares blankly at the sketchbook. Her voice breaks the silence as she murmurs that she had already given up on it long ago, so why now does it suddenly feel possible again? She spent 4 long years studying fine arts, learning about strokes, forms, and colors, but never once did she believe it could turn into a real career. Yet somehow, tonight, it feels as if her options have widened, as if something might be shifting in her life, even though she cannot tell why. A knock comes at the door, followed by her uncle, asking if she's still awake and if she could step outside for a moment. Sahi opens the door with a confused expression, asking what brings him at this hour. When she sees him, her eyes widen in surprise. His hair is neatly brushed, and his shirt is tucked in for once. She teases him instantly, asking if he went on a date. Her uncle smiles, admitting that he did, and then he hands her a small bag, saying he picked something up for her on the way back. She watches it's a wrapped hot dog, and he nods, saying he heard she skipped dinner. She feels a quiet warmth in her chest as she thanks him softly and bites into it. Her uncle then says casually that the Jung family will be paying their respects to their deceased relative tomorrow. Sahi pauses mid-bite, lowering the hot dog slowly as her mind catches the name. She answers that yes, she heard about it, and sighs in relief, thinking how lucky she is that she won't have to face them tomorrow. Her uncle keeps talking and says everyone in that family has been working hard to prepare for the memorial, recalling how, when the eldest son of their family passed away years ago, everyone had been sweating and panicking under pressure, terrified of Chairman Jung's presence. They were pale and restless, pacing about as if the entire weight of the conglomerate rested on their shoulders. He pauses, his eyes distant, and says that even back then, CEO Jung had only been a college student, yet he did not seem shaken at all. He handled everything with a calm demeanor, and in that moment, her uncle says he knew instantly that the young man was destined to take over Youngmoon someday. As Sahi listens, her thoughts drift back to that same day, 9 years ago, the day the eldest son of the Youngmoon group died. She remembers the tension in the air, the whispers, the shock that lingered in every hallway, and she remembers him. That man was there too, standing silently among the mourners, his expression unreadable. The next morning, the house feels unusually quiet. The others are gone to pay their respects, and Sahi sits outside. She thinks that everyone must be busy at the memorial, which means she can move around freely without awkward encounters. She decides she might as well tidy up before they return and picks up a stack of freshly washed clothes to put away. As she walks down the hall, she hears her name. The voice is low but distinct, and when she looks up, she sees Tayon standing a few steps ahead of her. His appearance surprises her, as if he has not rested properly. He says he has a favor to ask and wonders if she has a moment. Sahi hesitates only briefly before answering yes, though her mind begins to race. She wonders, did he bring someone home again while the madam's away? Is he going to ask her to clean up some mess? After what happened last night, she's not sure if she wants to get involved. But instead, Tayon holds out 2 small buttons in his palm and says they came off and asks if she could sew them back onto his shirt. She is relieved at how simple the request is, then says that if he takes it off, she can get her sewing kit. He tells her that he has a video conference in 30 minutes and asks if she can finish before then. She quickly calculates that it'll take her at least 15 minutes to go to her room and back, and even if she hurries, sewing will take more time. Before she can suggest another option, Tayon says they should go together. She tries to insist that he can come back on his own later, reminding him that her room is far and that it's not necessary, but he simply looks at her with calm eyes and says that with his pace, it should only take 5 minutes. Then he turns and starts walking, saying, "That's fine." Sahi takes a deep breath and follows him. As they walk, Tayon glances back a few times, slowing down until she catches up beside him, and Sahi points the way ahead. When they reach her room, Tayon notices her hesitation and asks gently if she needs help. Sahi says it's fine, she can manage, but when she nearly stumbles, he steps closer and offers his arm, telling her to hold on to him. She protests weakly, asking if he's trying to make her look foolish. Sahi finally takes his arm, murmuring a soft thank you as they step inside. Once inside, Sahi tells him she'll grab her sewing kit and that he can remove his shirt in the room while she gets ready. Inside, she thinks that she should not get any more involved with him. Their paths should not overlap beyond simple tasks. Once she fixes this, she'll send him away, and that will be that. Sahi returns moments later and tells him she found it, that he can go in now. Just then, Sahi's phone rings and she answers it quickly. A colleague's voice comes through, saying she sent the wrong file that morning and asking her to resend it. Sahi, worried, says she's a bit occupied right now. As she speaks, the door opens quietly, and Tayon steps out, his shirt in his hands. He calls her name softly, and she freezes mid-sentence. Sahi quickly apologizes to Tayon, saying she will fix the missing buttons right away, and when Tayon calmly tells her to show her hand, he hands her the buttons, his expression quiet and unreadable. She takes them carefully, telling him to wait inside since it's cold out. But Tayon does not move and remains nearby as she begins stitching. As Sahi tries to focus on the thread, she can feel his gaze on her like a faint warmth brushing her skin, and she wonders if he is really still staring at her. Lost in her thoughts, she does not notice when the needle pricks her finger until she feels the sting and watches a small drop of blood spreading on the fabric. For a moment, her heart sinks as she realizes that the blood has stained his shirt, and she panics silently, thinking he must have only asked her to fix it because he does not have many shirts to wear, and now she has ruined it. She turns around nervously, her voice trembling as she begins to explain, but before she can say anything, Tayon's calm voice cuts through the air as he asks if she is done. Sahi stammers, saying she has stitched the buttons back on, but accidentally pricked herself and that her blood might have gotten on his shirt. Tayon does not respond to her apology right away, but instead asks her out of nowhere if she has a job, catching her completely off guard. She blinks in surprise and says yes, wondering why he would ask this so suddenly, thinking that maybe she looks jobless because she's always running errands in the neighborhood. Tayon's tone stays calm as he asks what kind of job she does, and Sahi answers that she is a writer. A faint smile crosses Tayon's face as he asks if she is well known, and she replies that she guesses so, saying he could easily find out if he wanted to. Tayon nods slightly, his voice still quiet as he thanks her for fixing the buttons and tells her to get some rest before his mother returns in the evening. Sahi watches him walk away. Later that day, Tayon sits in on a meeting in his office, but his mind drifts elsewhere as he picks up his phone. With a small pause, he searches Sahi's name, and the screen shows her profile as a novelist, with her notable work titled Cotton Dust. When his assistant notices and asks if there's a problem, Tayon simply replies that it's nothing, though a faint trace of curiosity remains in his eyes. Meanwhile, Sahi walks quietly through the forest path, and she looks almost lost in thought until she hears someone call her name from behind, astonishing her slightly. When she turns, a brown-haired guy named Hyunggu appears holding a bouquet of roses and asks where she has been. Sahi barely looks at him and continues walking, her silence making him tense. Hyunggu, clearly frustrated, and demands to know why she's ignoring him, but she only says that if he has something to do there, he should do it and leave. Hyunggu's expression softens as he steps closer, saying he came to see her and holding out the bouquet. He tells her that since she seems busy, he'll get straight to the point, and then he blurts out his proposal, telling her to marry him and that saying such words is not easy for him, insisting he is not joking about spending their lives together. But in that moment, Sahi's mind flashes back to something she overheard before. Hyunggu talking to another guy in a careless tone, laughing as he spoke about her appearance, saying things that made her blood run cold. She remembers the other man responding with a laugh, mentioning her body crudely, and the memory burns inside her as she looks at Hyunggu, now standing before her pretending to be sincere. Sahi looks at him for a long moment before asking how much he thinks she's worth, her voice quiet but sharp. Hyunggu looks confused and asks what she means, and she repeats the question, asking again how much he's paying and why he's acting as if this is something genuine when all of it is just an act. His expression twists in anger as he raises his voice, saying that her grandmother thinks he's a good match for her. Sahi replies that if the grandmother thinks so, then maybe he should just marry her instead. Her words hit him hard, and his frustration boils over as he grabs her by the arm roughly, his voice trembling with anger as he asks how long she's going to keep pretending to be someone important. Sahi glares at him, telling him that even if she's just a nobody, it does not mean she has to marry someone like him, and to her, he's nothing more than a short, unpleasant former classmate. The insult enrages him further, and he tightens his grip, saying that this won't do and ordering her to follow him. She tries to pull away, telling him to let go, but he only grips harder, his tone turning darker as he says she should have listened to him while he was still being nice. Fear and anger rise in Sahi's voice as she yells for him to let go, struggling against his hold, but he does not release her until a voice calls out sharply from nearby. Tayon breaks the tension as he says her name, and both of them freeze. Hyunggu suddenly steps away from Sahi and looks nervously at Tayon. Hyunggu asks if she knows him, but she remains completely silent. In that tense moment, Sahi thinks how unlucky it is for something like this to happen right now. Tayon slowly walks closer and reminds her about the favor he had asked her to take care of, and when his suspicions are confirmed, he lets out a quiet, knowing remark, calling out the lowly level of Yonghwadang for having a cheap peddler selling flowers around the place, as if this was all the dignity it could afford. Hyunggu tries to defend himself, but Tayon does not give him the chance, instead pulling out his wallet and saying he will buy the flowers, handing over a thick bundle of cash that shocks Hyunggu completely. Then, without another word, Tayon extends his hand towards Sahi, quietly telling her to stand, and though she hesitates for a moment, uncertain of his sudden gesture, she finally reaches out and takes his hand, letting him pull her up as they walk away together, leaving the confused Hyunggu behind. Hyunggu stares at them, wondering who the hell that man thinks he is to just take Sahi away right in front of him and even humiliate him by throwing money at him. He is frustrated that he did not have the courage to be more assertive earlier, blaming himself for letting the moment slip away. Just then, an old woman appears and greets him, asking if he came to see Sahi. Hyunggu immediately straightens up and politely greets her back, saying that he was about to leave anyway since Sahi seemed busy with something. The grandmother asks him if Sahi still has not opened her heart to him. He forces a nervous laugh and says that it's fine and that he plans to try harder next time, assuring her that he'll make sure to visit Sahi and eventually win her heart. But the grandmother's expression turns more serious as she warns him that Yonghwadang currently has an important guest, so it's best for him to limit his visits for the time being and perhaps meet Sahi somewhere else instead. Her words immediately make him pause, and suspicion flashes in his eyes as he recalls the man from earlier, thinking that by important guest she must mean the CEO of Youngmoon Constructions, Young Tayon, and he realizes with a sinking feeling that the arrogant man from before might actually be him. The grandmother continues, saying that young people need time outside together for their feelings to grow, and she is not forbidding him from coming back entirely, only suggesting he stay away for now. Hyunggu agrees, saying he understands, but as he walks away, he thinks that Sahi must be materialistic after all, and sneers at the idea of her trying to aim higher, believing that no matter how much she tries, a woman like her could only ever become a mistress to a man from the Youngmoon group, not his equal. Meanwhile, Tayon and Sahi walk side by side, the tension between them still heavy but unspoken. When they finally reach the entrance, Sahi tells him that they've arrived, and he immediately lets go of her hand as if it were nothing, his expression unreadable. She quietly thanks him for earlier, trying to keep her tone polite, but he looks at her with that same cold calmness and mentions that there seem to be quite a few men around her, one declaring his love, another proposing marriage. He points out that if she's dating someone, it might be better for her to explain such things to avoid misunderstanding, unless she actually likes drawing attention. His words sting her unexpectedly, and she looks at him in shock, unable to believe what he's implying. She quickly defends herself, explaining that the man from earlier was just being stubborn, and the one from before is simply a college classmate who likes to joke around, often saying things like "I love you" without meaning it. As she speaks, she starts wondering why she even feels the need to explain herself to him, because it's not like her relationships or her choices are any of his business, and even if she were messing around with different guys, it should not concern him in the slightest. She forces a polite smile and thanks him again for stepping in earlier, saying that she'll leave once he gives back her belongings. But Tayon looks at her steadily and asks if she needs help with the stubborn man. Sahi asks why he would even bother, and he replies that he came here to relax and clear his head, and if unnecessary trouble keeps finding him, it would only disturb his peace. Therefore, if something like that happens again, she should just say that they're dating, because claiming they're close wouldn't sound too strange, and when it no longer suits her, she can just say they broke up. His offer is so casual, yet so confident, that it leaves her speechless, but she quickly shakes her head and turns him down, telling him that she appreciates the concern, but she's fine on her own, promising to be careful so she won't inconvenience him again. She says she'll take her leave now, but before she can go, Tayon asks her if she does not want her belongings back. She glances at it and tells him that he can have it, which makes him as he curiously asks what's inside it. Without looking back, she simply answers that it's rice cake, then walks away, leaving him standing there. Later that night, after taking a long bath, Tayon sits as his eyes fall on the bag again. He unwraps it and realizes that it is not rice cake at all, but taffy, and a faint smile touches his lips as he mutters that this is rather interesting. He wonders for a moment if Sahi, being the granddaughter of a famous shaman, might have slipped some sort of charm or trick into it. Still, he decides to taste it, and as the sweetness spreads across his tongue, he murmurs that it's sweet but not bad. After that, Mrs. Chun looks at what Sahi has brought from the market and feels disappointed because she had been expecting honey rice cakes, but instead, Sahi offers something else, explaining that she tried to make the dessert Mrs. Chun once made it since it had turned out good before, though her attempt clearly does not match Mrs. Chun's skill. Mrs. Chun says that even though Sahi is talented at drawing, she really lacks any culinary talent, and Sahi laughs it off while trying to defend herself, saying she only had trouble bringing them and promising that she will get honey rice cakes tomorrow, but deep down, she regrets her earlier decision and wonders why she left those rice cakes with Tayon, thinking that she should have just taken them back. Mrs. Chun then tells her to forget it, and then suddenly notices the state of Sahi's clothes and asks what happened. Sahi quickly becomes attentive and replies that she fell, but insists that she is fine now, while Mrs. Chun fusses over her, scolding her gently to be more careful and asking if she got hurt anywhere else or if she should go to the hospital. but Sahi reassures her that she's really fine. She thinks that Mrs. Dechun can be overly protective sometimes, and she smiles softly while telling her that she should be the one resting and recovering instead. Mrs. Dechun takes a deep breath, saying that she cannot even sleep properly because of how much she worries about her, which makes Sahi smile and promise to be careful. After that conversation, Sahi steps outside feeling relieved because she barely managed to escape from Mrs. Chun's constant fussing, thinking that she really has a habit of worrying too much over nothing. As she walks, her thoughts begin to wander until she notices something on the ground and realizes it's the rice cakes. She wonders if Tayon left them there and then remembers his words from before, the ones that echo in her mind, him telling her to just say that she is dating him, and she quickly brushes it off, asking herself why she is even thinking about that again when she should just move on. The next morning arrives with gloomy skies and a heavy atmosphere, and Sahi wakes up feeling restless because she has not slept well at all after what happened yesterday. She thinks that it's no surprise she couldn't sleep, and although there's still more cleaning work left to do in the annex, she hesitates because she does not want to risk running into Tayon again. As she debates what to do, she finally gathers herself and steps out cautiously, scanning the area to see if anyone is around. When she sees that no one is there, she relaxes for a moment until she suddenly spots Tayon nearby. Her heart skips and she feels awkward, but forces herself to greet him politely, only for him to respond with nothing more than a simple nod. She watches in confusion and annoyance, thinking that his curt gesture makes it unclear whether he actually acknowledged her greeting or not, and she decides to just leave before she gets irritated. As she walks away, unaware that Tayon's gaze quietly follows her, she tries to brush off the feeling of tension still hanging between them. Inside, Tayon's mother is on the phone chatting with someone, laughing as she mentions how strange it feels that their children are now old enough to go on dates, and she reminisces about the past, talking about how Jisoo used to follow Tayon around all the time. She says that it's already been 10 years and jokes that it would be nice if their feelings for each other turned mutual because she would be happy to have that family as in-laws. Meanwhile, Sahi is quietly doing her cleaning nearby, thinking to herself that it sounds like blind dates might be starting soon, and she tries to stay focused on her work, even though the conversation is distracting. As she bends down to clean near the madam's feet, she spots a small cloth beneath the chair and reaches out to grab it just as Tayon's mother continues her conversation, saying that she is not worried about Jisoo at all because the girl is elegant, smart, and well-mannered, unlike how she sees most young people nowadays. Then, she casually remarks that Jisoo's personality is very bright and that all Tayon does is work, before asking the person on the phone to make sure to put in a good word with Jisoo. Sahi keeps her head down and finishes cleaning quickly, trying to stay unnoticed, and when she's done, she stands and tells the madam that the work is complete. Tayon's mother nods approvingly and tells her she can go now, praising her lightly before returning to her call. When Sahi steps outside, she notices that the sky has cleared up and feels brighter, and she takes a small breath of relief, thinking how the world looks softer after being indoors so long. Just then, she catches sight of Tayon again and greets him with a polite goodbye while reminding herself that she should hurry back to her room because she feels exhausted. But before she can take another step, a ball suddenly rolls near her feet, and Tayon's calm voice calls out, asking her to hand it over because it slipped from him. She picks up the hockey ball, wondering if this is what someone looks like after making a mistake, because his expression does not look even slightly apologetic. She walks up to him and hands the ball back politely, saying it's fine, but as soon as she turns to leave, he deliberately tosses the ball on the ground again, right near her feet. Sahi freezes, realizing instantly that he's doing it on purpose, and a spark of disbelief flashes across her face as she thinks that this man must be completely out of his mind to act like that. When Tayon calls Sahi's name, she turns around, surprised to see him standing there with a gentle smile spread across his face. She quickly picks up the hockey ball from the ground and walks over to hand it back to him. As she gives it to him, he looks at her with a teasing glint in his eyes and asks if she enjoyed the rice cakes. Sahi nods and says yes, but her heart skips a beat because she wonders nervously why he is saying things like that when the madam might hear them. He only smiles, lowering his voice a little as if sharing a secret, and says that he also enjoyed it. The taffy, he means. His tone is playful, and Sahi freezes for a second, confused, saying that she never gave him any taffy. Then the realization dawns on her. She remembers how the owner of the rice cake store had given her some free taffy yesterday, and she had put it aside without thinking about it. Now she realizes he must have found it and eaten it all. Tayon tilts his head slightly and says that the taffy was not meant for him, which is a shame since he already ate all of it, so it looks like he owes her one now. Sahi quickly tells him there's no need for that and that she has already received more than enough. Trying to end the conversation, she tells him to take the ball back so she can go on her way. Before she can leave, Secretary Kim appears and calls out to Tayon, informing him that Beon Jung-suk, the team leader, has only just arrived for work. Tayon frowns and asks how much the man must have drunk last night to be this late. Kim nervously asks if he should call him right away, but Tayon says he'll handle it himself. He steps past Sahi, who is still holding the ball, her hand tightening around it. Kim notices her and greets her cheerfully, saying he remembers seeing her last time. Sahi gives a polite hello, and Kim comments on what a nice day it is. She replies softly that it is and says she'll be leaving now. As she turns away, Kim calls after her, telling her to be careful on her way back. But then, Tayon calls for Secretary Kim, his tone sharp. Kim quickly responds, and Tayon tells him to stop flirting. The poor secretary stammers in shock, insisting that he was not doing anything of the sort. Tayon simply tells him to forget it and asks him to get a book for him. Kim agrees and asks for the title, promising to have it ready before evening. Tayon says the book is cotton dust. Confused, Kim asks if it's a work-related book, and Tayon replies with a straight face that of course it's not. Later that evening, Sahi stands at the sink washing her hands. She sighs and mutters that she's tired and worn out. When she finally lies down on her bed, her thoughts begin to wander toward Tayon. She cannot understand why he is behaving like this, acting so unpredictable and teasing her as if it were a game. She tries to calm herself, telling her mind not to be swayed, reminding herself that to people like him, she is nothing but someone insignificant, someone unimportant. Yet his words and actions keep echoing inside her head, and the confusion leaves her restless. By morning, her eyes are heavy and her head aches because she barely slept. She had strange dreams through the night, a nightmare that brought back a memory she hadn't thought about in years. In that memory, a much younger Sahi stands beside a little girl named Hunji, who is crying by the riverbank because her small toy, Mimi, has floated away with the current. Sahi, worried, tells her gently that they should go back because it's too dangerous to stay and they can come again tomorrow to look for it. The little girl hugs her tightly, calling her Uni. That word, Sahi remembers, always had a strange power over her back then. Whenever Hunji said Uni, she couldn't help but feel like they were truly sisters, like a real family. So when Hunji pleaded with her to search for it just once more, Sahi gave in, smiling softly and saying that they would. She remembers walking along the edge of the stream, searching and wondering where the toy could have drifted. The current was strong that day, and she thought it might have floated away far downstream. But suddenly, Hunji's expression changed. Now back to present, Sahi presses a hand to her forehead, whispering to herself that she must be getting sick. She cannot understand why that old memory came back to her so vividly. She has not thought of that day in so long, and yet it feels like it just happened. Then she hears a voice outside, a young girl shouting, "Grandma!" Curious, Sahi steps out and sees Hunji hugging her grandmother tightly, saying how much she missed her. The old woman smiles and says she missed her too. Sahi watches them quietly and realizes that Hunji was supposed to return home today. But as she looks at her, another image from the past flashes in her mind. The same Hunji from years ago, standing near the waterfall with a dark, hateful expression on her face. In that haunting memory, Hunji's voice echoes, filled with resentment as she tells Sahi that their mother said everything would be fine as long as Sahi was gone, that their family would finally be happy if she disappeared. The little girl had said it while standing dangerously close to the edge, ready to push her off. Sahi watches them from a distance, the sound of laughter echoing softly through the hall. Everyone looks so happy together that it almost feels like a cruel joke. A happy family, complete without her. She thinks about her mother, the same woman who once had to make an impossible choice on the day of that accident. The choice between her and Hunji, between the child born from the man who abandoned her and the child who became part of the new perfect family she had built for herself. And of course, the choice was never her. In that memory, Sahi lies in a hospital bed, her body weak but her heart breaking far more. Her mother sits beside her, begging her to act as if nothing happened. She pleads softly, saying that rumors will destroy Hunji's future and asks Sahi to forgive her sister, just this once. Her voice trembles, but she forces a smile, saying Hunji is still young, she is family, her younger sister, and they should not let a single mistake ruin their bond. Sahi listens in silence as her mother's tone turns colder, insisting there is no proof that Hunji caused the accident and that at least Sahi survived, which should be enough. Her mother says she should feel grateful. She could have died, but she lived, and that means she can still work, still move on. It might be difficult, but she should endure. Then her mother lowers her voice, saying that if Sahi could forgive Hunji this once, she would never forget the favor. Those words still echo faintly in Sahi's chest even now. Later, she stands outside the main house, watching Hunji hug their mother tightly, complaining in her usual childish tone that the small guest quarters feel haunted and cramped, and that she cannot sleep there. Standing nearby, Sahi watches the scene quietly until a man's voice calls her name. It is someone she has not seen in a long time, her uncle by relation. He smiles and says it's been a while, asking if she's still working at Yonghwadang. When she answers yes, he chuckles and suggests that she join them for dinner as a family. For a moment, the air feels heavy. Her mother and Hunji stay silent, avoiding her eyes. Sahi forces a polite smile and declines, telling him that it's all right and she hopes they have a pleasant meal. She turns away, walking out before the silence can deepen. As she leaves, her grandmother watches her go and mutters to Hunji that if she stays in the small quarters, she'll keep running into Sahi, so it's better to keep her away. The grandmother tells Hunji that if she promises not to cause any trouble, she can stay in the main temple instead. Hunji's face lights up immediately as she asks if that's really true, and the grandmother nods but warns her that if she causes even the slightest problem, she will be kicked out immediately. Hunji laughs, swearing that she will be on her best behavior, though her tone already sounds half insincere. Later, Uncle Bang approaches Sahi as she walks toward the back courtyard. He calls her name, slightly out of breath, and tells her that he forgot to inform her earlier. Since Hunji and her family arrived today, she does not need to work in the annex anymore starting tomorrow. He adds that Mrs. Chun has recovered from her illness, so Sahi can return to her usual tasks like preparing meals. His words surprise her. She thinks silently that she does not have to work in the annex anymore, which means she won't run into Tayon. A sense of relief washes through her, and she whispers to herself that maybe God does have some mercy after all. One of her biggest worries can finally end. After hearing about Hunji and family's visit, Mrs. Chun complains that they people probably came here to ask for help with cleaning up the mess they made, as they never visit with pure intentions. She mutters that while she was sick, she heard plenty, then she adds that Hunji's engagement was recently called off. Uncle Bang, overhearing this, is shocked. He asks why on earth Hunji would break off an engagement with the heir of such a prestigious family. Mrs. Chun folds her arms and says she might not be a saint, but she can still guess the truth. They will probably come asking for help during the family meal tonight. At the dinner table, everyone gathers in a forced warmth. The man, Hunji's father, raises his glass and says how nice it is for the family to be together again after so long. He turns to the grandmother, calling her mother-in-law, and she agrees that it's been about a year. She looks toward Hunji with a pointed tone and asks if she is coping well after the broken engagement. The man replies with a chuckle, saying that Hunji is still young and will surely find someone better, while Hunji smiles proudly and adds that marrying him would have been a waste anyway. She says it's actually good to take some time off and rest. The grandmother shakes her head and reminds her that she still has to make a living for herself. The man quickly reassures her not to worry and says that he'll take care of Hunji, but the grandmother's patience snaps. She asks sharply how exactly he plans to take care of a grown woman. The table falls silent for a moment until he finally clears his throat and says that his company, Bok Food, is planning to launch a new salad business. He explains that he consulted a professional, and if the plan succeeds, he wants to make Hunji and her mother the branch manager and assistant manager. Then he hesitantly adds that if the grandmother could just help them financially this month, everything would go smoothly. Mrs. Chun mutters under her breath to Sahi that Hunji's mother said the same thing before, that she had lost funding after the engagement fell through. As expected, the grandmother slams her hand on the table, furious, saying that all they ever talk about is money. She accuses him of having failed countless businesses already and tells him to stop trying to use her for his next scheme. The man lowers his head quietly and says he understands. In the midst of the uncomfortable silence that follows, someone stands outside the room. The door opens slowly and a young man steps in, Hyung-gu. He greets everyone politely and glances around the table until his gaze settles on Sahi. The grandmother smiles faintly and introduces him as the son of Madame Yoon, a guest of Yonghwadang whom she invited personally. Sahi feels a strange unease rising in her chest as his eyes linger on her for a moment too long. Hunji notices the tension and watches the subtle looks exchanged between them, sensing something unfamiliar and perhaps dangerous in the air. She smiles quietly to herself, the corners of her lips curling upward. Meanwhile, far away, Tayon sits in his quiet room wearing a bathrobe. He leans back in his chair and thinks about how the cleaning and food delivery duties were reassigned today, so he has not even seen Sahi's shadow all day. He wonders where she might be, imagining absurdly that perhaps she went on a journey like the protagonist of the book he's been reading, a story about a troublesome speck of dust that transforms into cotton candy. He opens the book and murmurs softly that he is not cotton candy, but that's fine. This is who he is. If that woman were dust, she would be like a golf ball rolling far away, one of life's many small inconveniences. It might be unpleasant, but just because something is not visible does not mean it's gone. He smiles as he decides if she does not come to him, then he will go find her himself. The dinner continues in quiet tension as the grandmother introduces Hyunggu, saying that his mother has always helped Yonghwadang a lot. She tells him that he does not have to feel uncomfortable since she invited him tonight to repay a favor, and she gently urges him to go ahead and greet everyone properly. Hyunggu nods and politely says that he will exchange business cards while Hunji quietly watches him with curiosity, wondering why her grandmother wants to introduce this man. The thought suddenly crosses her mind that maybe the grandmother brought him here to connect him with Sahi, and this suspicion makes her uneasy. As Hyunggu hands his business card to the man sitting beside her, Hunji glances at it and freezes for a second. Realizing the name sounds familiar, it belongs to the famous Jaehan distribution company. Her father looks at the card and asks if he is from that same family, and Hyunggu confirms with a polite smile. Hunji secretly peeks again and feels a twist of jealousy forming inside her because the man sitting before them is from a well-established, wealthy family, the kind of man her grandmother should have introduced to her, not Sahi. In her thoughts, she grits her teeth, convincing herself that everything Sahi gets, whether affection, attention, or chance, has always been hers to begin with. Hyunggu walks toward her with a soft, rehearsed smile and offers her his business card. Hunji smiles back, but behind that smile, her mind works quickly, thinking that if Sahi receives something better than her, then she will not hesitate to take it away, no matter what it takes. She looks at Hyunggu again, her expression changing into something sweet but possessive, as if she has already decided to claim what she wants. Later that night, when everyone returns, Uncle Bang breaks the silence by saying he has never seen the Saintess so shocked before. Mrs. Chun agrees, her tone half amused and half anxious, asking if he noticed the looks that passed between Hyunggu and Hunji during dinner. Uncle Bang laughs nervously and says that from the way things looked, those two might even end up walking down the wedding aisle before the year ends. Mrs. Chun glares at him, telling him not to say something so scary, but he only shrugs, reminding her that it might not be impossible since Hunji nearly got married once already, and yet the Saintess never mentioned it to anyone. Mrs. Chun frowns and asks why he thinks the Saintess hid it. Uncle Bang replies that he does not know, but Mrs. Chun says she always felt uneasy about that engagement from the beginning. Sahi, quietly listening nearby, becomes curious and asks why the engagement was called off. Mrs. Chun sighs and says she does not know for sure, but she guesses it was probably because the groom's family did not approve of Hunji. Then she adds sharply that Hunji can be cunning sometimes, and perhaps that's the reason the Saintess did not want her staying in the main temple. Uncle Bang nods, adding that if Hunji acts in front of CEO Jung the way she did today, it might end badly again. But Mrs. Chun snaps at him to stop before she gets even more irritated, saying she is sure Hunji knows her place by now. Hearing those words, knows her place, makes Sahi stiffen for a moment, her face reflecting emotions she cannot quite hide. Both of them notice the change and ask her gently if she is all right. Sahi forces a small smile and replies that she's fine, pretending nothing is wrong. Mrs. Chun and Uncle Bang exchange worried looks, and Mrs. Chun softly says that if it's too difficult for her to stay here with Hunji and her family, she can always go to Seoul. She even offers to buy her a ticket herself and promises to speak to the saintess. She tells Sahi not to push herself too hard and just to follow her heart. Sahi smiles again and quietly says she is fine, even though her heart feels heavy. Later that night, the temple is calm and silent under the moonlight. Sahi sits alone by her desk, sketching quietly, her pencil moving slowly over the paper. Suddenly, she hears a faint sound, a soft meow, and she turns her head, alert. A small kitten appears near the door, tilting its head at her. She stares at it in surprise and whispers to herself, wondering how it got inside. She crouches down, smiling faintly, and softly asks, "Where is her mother?" Then she tells the kitten to wait for her for a moment, saying she will be right back. But when she returns holding a blanket, ready to wrap it around the little animal, she stops in shock. The kitten is gone, and instead, standing in front of her with a faint smile, is Tayon. He looks relaxed yet mischievous as he asks her if she has quit doing her assigned tasks since he has not seen her around lately. She tightens her grip on the blanket, wondering why he's here, and asks quietly if he needs something from her. He steps closer with a calm, teasing look, asking if she would do something for him if he told her. She becomes nervous and stammers that it depends. If it's something beyond her abilities, she'll ask someone else to help him. There must be someone still awake. Tayon chuckles softly and tells her to sit down. When she hesitates, he mocks her playfully, asking if she even needs help sitting down. Embarrassed and tense, she finally sits beside him, leaving a small gap between them. He picks up a can and shakes it slightly, saying that it looks like she's been drinking. Then he glances at her blanket and asks if she's cold, seeing how she's hugging it tightly. She frowns and quietly asks him why he keeps acting this way toward her. He does not answer immediately. Instead, he smiles faintly and takes a sip of his drink, replying that maybe she already knows. She insists that she does not, but he leans closer, his voice low, saying that he thinks she does. She knows exactly what he means. Before she can respond, her phone suddenly vibrates on the table. She looks at it and sees the name Kim Ju-hwan flashing on the screen. Tayon glances at it too and asks why she does not answer. She hesitates, then picks it up, speaking in a polite tone. Ju-hwan's voice on the other end is casual but firm. He asks if she saw the document he gave her and what she thinks about it. Sahi says she'll think about it later and thanks him. But he grows impatient and raises his voice, asking if she's seriously thinking it over since it's a really good opportunity. Then he says, half joking, that there's no one like this Appa. Sahi frowns slightly and mutters that Appa sounds like a joke. But Ju-hwan laughs, saying that calling her at night reminds him of the old days when their class would stay up working late together. He then says he and Min-jae still share the same workplace, and he keeps telling him to date someone new. Then he adds that he already has someone he likes. As those words come through the phone, Tayon's expression changes. His hand tightens around the can until it crumples, and without warning, he snatches Sahi's phone from her hand. Shocked, she stares at him and asks what he's doing, but he does not reply. Ju-hwan's voice is still coming from the phone, asking if she's with someone, but Tayon simply ends the call. Sahi reaches out and demands him to give it back, but Tayon stares straight at her, his expression unreadable. Slowly, he takes her hand, leans closer until she can feel his breath, and in a low voice asks, almost whispering, if they should spend the night together. Sahi looks at Tayon for a long moment, her thoughts twisting in confusion and disbelief. She wonders silently if she should be grateful for his straightforward honesty, for the fact that he did not try to prolong the awkwardness between them any longer. But as she meets his eyes, she tells him no. She remembers that he already has a marriage blind date arranged, that his future is practically planned. So what does he mean by saying such things to her now? When he asks her why she does not like it, she answers simply that she just does not, and when he presses again, wanting to know what exactly she does not like, she can only think bitterly that he's going to marry someone soon. So why is he suggesting something like this to her? Does he think she is that easy? Tayon looks at her steadily and asks in a low voice if he should have sweet-talked her instead. Would that have made her agree? She lets out a small mocking smile, replying half in jest, half in defiance, that maybe he is right. If he had done that, she might have slept with him. Then she reaches for her phone, snatching it from his hand with quiet determination, and says she will leave now. As she steps inside her room and closes the door behind her, she leans against it, her heart still racing, her cheeks flushed from a mix of anger and embarrassment. The next morning, Sahi wakes up feeling dizzy and weak, her head heavy as she rubs her temples. She thinks she might be coming down with a cold, or perhaps it's just fatigue, but whatever it is, she feels sick. Still, she tells herself she only needs to help with the meal preparations, and then she can rest afterward. As she walks down the corridor, trying to steady herself, she suddenly stops in surprise when she spots Hyunggu holding a large bouquet of flowers. He notices her too and immediately says that he is not here for her. Sahi calmly replies that she did not ask, her voice cool as she walks past him, but before she can go far, she hears Hyunji's bright voice calling out, "Appa." Hyunggu turns, his expression softening instantly as he sees Hyunji running toward him. She beams and asks what all this is about, why he's holding flowers, and whether they're for her. He smiles and says he bought them with her in mind. Hyunji laughs playfully, teasing that he's acting like her boyfriend already, but he quickly denies it, flustered. She only grins wider, saying that this flustered reaction is exactly why she likes him so much. Sahi quietly turns away and leaves, though the sound of Hyunji's laughter follows her down the hall like a mocking echo. Later, Mrs. Chun calls out to her from across the courtyard. Once they're a little farther away, Mrs. Chun faces Sahi and asks sharply what she was up to while she was sick in bed. Sahi blinks in confusion, asking what she means and if there's some problem. Mrs. Chun sighs heavily, saying that CEO Jung requested to have his meal at the annex today. Sahi replies that he often eats there alone, so what's unusual about that? But Mrs. Chun looks uneasy and says that this time he specifically mentioned he wants to eat with Sahi and asked that she be brought along. The words hit Sahi like a sudden chill, and she stands frozen for a moment as Mrs. Chun continues, explaining that he said something about repaying a debt. She looks at Sahi's face, searching for reassurance, and asks if it's probably nothing serious, right? Sahi does not answer, still feeling the uneasiness tightening in her stomach. Together they make their way to the annex, and when they reach Tayon's door, Mrs. Chun calls out softly that they are coming in. Tayon greets them with a calm smile, his tone polite, yet carrying something unspoken beneath it. The food is placed on the table carefully, and after checking everything, Mrs. Chun bows slightly. Tayon nods at her and says she's done well, then turns to Sahi, telling her to take a seat beside him. She hesitates but answers quietly with an okay and sits down. Then Tayon looks back at Mrs. Chun and asks if she plans to stay. Nervous, she shakes her head quickly, saying no, she will be leaving now, and asks when she should bring dessert. He chuckles softly and glances at Sahi before saying he does not think they will need dessert today. Mrs. Chun stiffens slightly, reading something in his tone that makes her uncomfortable, but she bows again and quietly excuses herself from the room. As the door closes, Sahi feels the weight of Tayon's gaze on her. His look is calm but piercing, and she cannot shake off the discomfort growing inside her chest. She wonders what he is trying to do, what he wants from her, and why he continues acting like this when she already rejected him clearly the night before. She looks down, biting her lip, while anger slowly rises in her expression. Tayon exhales slowly, watching her. Then, in an almost teasing tone, he says he did not realize having a simple meal with her could be so difficult, and that she seems quite close with the woman who just left. Sahi lifts her eyes sharply and says she told him yesterday that she did not want this. He replies smoothly that what he remembers is her telling him not to sweet-talk her into seduction. She feels her chest tighten, anger flashing through her eyes, but she forces herself to keep her composure. He tells her to eat, his tone casual as if nothing is wrong. She lets out a bitter chuckle, then suddenly stands up, sarcasm thick in her voice as she says, "I'm truly grateful then. Should I undress too?" He looks up at her with a faint smile, replying, "Why don't you?" Her anger deepens, her hands trembling slightly as she stares at him. He stands up too, closing the distance between them. His voice drops lower as he asks why she is looking at him that way when she was the one who suggested it first. And before she can react, he pushes her back. She stumbles, falling onto the bed behind her, her cardigan slipping off her shoulders and sliding down her chest. Tayon looks down at her and says in a quiet, almost mocking tone that since she is already lying down, all that's left is to undress. Then he steps closer, his shadow falling over her as he adds that it's a good thing she took care of the rest herself. While lying on the bed, Tayon tells Sahi to move aside, and she feels her heart race as her cheeks turn warm, thinking in confusion that her head is spinning and her body feels heavy. She wonders if she is getting dizzy or maybe has a fever, yet she struggles to keep herself awake because she knows she cannot lose consciousness here. Tayon notices her pale face and the heat on her skin, so he quietly places his hand on her forehead, feeling the temperature rise beneath his palm. His expression turns serious as he asks how long she has been like this before reaching for his phone to call Secretary Kim, instructing him in a calm but firm tone to bring a fever reducer as soon as possible. Sahi stares at him in a daze, her thoughts tangled as she recalls the words he once said about wanting to sleep with her, and she had believed all he ever wanted was her body. Yet now, as she watches him worry and act with such care, she wonders why his expression seems so gentle and why he is sending her such confusing signals that make her heart ache and her mind blur. Sometime later, Sahi wakes up slowly, her head still heavy, and she finds Tayon sitting nearby, his eyes focused on her as he softly remarks that she is finally awake, and she nods weakly, surprised to see him there. He asks how she ended up like this, his voice low but filled with concern, then gently supports her by the shoulders and tells her to sit up carefully because the medicine has arrived and she needs to take it before visiting a hospital. As she moves slightly, she notices a cold washcloth lying on the nightstand, still damp, and she realizes with a sudden flutter in her chest that he must have used it to cool her fever. Tayon offers her a few pills and a glass of water, quietly telling her to take them, and she does as he says, her fingers trembling slightly as she accepts the glass from his hand. He watches her closely and then tells her she can rest there for a while until the fever gets down before heading home. But she insists that she wants to leave right away, her tone polite yet firm. Tayon falls silent at her refusal, his expression unreadable, and after a pause, he stands up and follows her outside without saying much. As she sits down to put on her shoes, she keeps thinking that she has to go back immediately because it would do her no good to be seen in his house, especially by Madam. And she cannot risk letting her find out that the two of them were alone together in his room. When she straightens up, Tayon quietly says they should go, walking beside her, and she wonders if he intends to walk her back himself, feeling anxious because if the madam were to see them together, things would become impossible to explain. While they walk down the hallway, the familiar voice of Mrs. Chun echoes from the way as she greets the returning madam, who has come home earlier than expected. Mrs. Chun tries to explain that she had prepared Madam's favorite Jeju Island yellow croaker, thinking perhaps it had not been to her taste, but Madam replies in a composed and graceful tone that the meal was indeed to her liking and that she had finished earlier than usual. She then asks if CEO Jung has eaten yet, mentioning that she heard he preferred to dine in his room today, and Mrs. Chun answers that she had already taken his meal there earlier and was about to retrieve the dishes. Hearing those words, Sahi freezes in panic, realizing the danger, and she turns to Tayon with wide eyes, whispering anxiously what they should do because Madam is right there. Tayon, still composed, asks her whether she has committed a crime, but she stammers that she has not, though she knows if Madam were to see them together and find the table set for two in his room, it would raise questions she cannot answer. Desperate, she pleads softly for him to hide her. Tayon looks at her for a long moment, his gaze intense, then steps closer and lifts her face gently, pulling her into his arms as he whispers that it will be just this once, and his voice carries both reassurance. Holding her hand firmly, he leads her down a narrow space away from view. Meanwhile, Madam sighs as she speaks to Mrs. Chun, saying it feels almost impossible to catch a glimpse of her son these days, even just to share a short meal together, since he is always working and keeping himself distant. She asks Mrs. Chun to bring him some dessert, praising the traditional pastries she baked earlier, saying they were perfectly balanced, neither too sweet nor sticky, and that she enjoyed them immensely. Hidden nearby, Tayon and Sahi stay close together in the dim corner, listening to the fading voices. The space between them feels charged, their breaths mingling softly as they look at each other, and Sahi suddenly realizes how close they are, her pulse quickening as she instinctively tries to pull back. But Tayon reaches out again, his hand resting gently against her cheek, his eyes searching hers as he notes quietly that her fever seems to have gone down. She feels her face grow even warmer, not from illness, but from the nearness of him. And she cannot understand why his expressions shift so easily between coldness and tenderness, leaving her unsure of what he truly feels. Then, in a low voice that sends a shiver through her, he tells her that he is going to kiss her. adding that she can look away if she does not want it. Sahi feels her mind whirl as she tells herself she should turn away, that this is wrong and dangerous, but her body refuses to move, and the next moment, his lips meet hers. The kiss deepens slowly, hesitant at first but soon filled with emotion neither can suppress, and the world outside seems to blur away. In the distance, Madam's voice drifts again as she tells Mrs. Chun continues their conversation inside and takes her time cleaning up, giving Tayon and Sahi a few more moments of love. Sahi stops Tayon with a trembling voice, saying she should leave now since Madam is already inside the room. But before she can move away, Tayon's arm wraps around her waist, pulling her closer until she can feel his breath against her skin. He looks down at her with a curious expression, his tone teasing as he tells her she can let him go if she really wants to. Yet before she can answer, she suddenly becomes aware of something pressing between them, her eyes widening in shock as she stiffens in place. Tayon notices her reaction and smirks faintly, saying it seems like she had a hard time breathing during their kiss, and his tone makes her heartbeat quicken with both embarrassment and anger. When he asks if that was her first time, she stammers a denial, but her flushed face gives her away, and Tayon with quiet amusement leans closer, tracing his fingers along her lips as if testing her resolve, whispering that he should confirm it himself. He slips his fingers slightly inside her mouth, urging her to open wider, and she freezes for a second, wondering in disbelief if he is teasing her right now. The heat rises in her face as she bites his fingers sharply to stop him, calling him a pervert under her breath. Tayon chuckles slowly, unfazed, and catches both her hands in one swift motion, pinning them gently against the wall as he leans close enough for their breaths to mingle. His voice deepens as he murmurs that this is only the beginning for him, though he can see it's not the same for her, and Sahi's irritation mixes with confusion and nervousness. He tells her that since she fears his mother so much, she should be careful because Madam has sharp instincts and could easily sense what's between them, adding with a playful tone that if she must bite something, she can bite his hand but not his lips. Before she can protest, he moves in and kisses her again, slower and firmer this time, making her knees weaken while her heart pounds painfully in her chest. After a while, they walk together through the quiet way, the air between them heavy with tension and unspoken thoughts. Sahi, trying to compose herself, tells him that he may leave now, wanting to end this strange closeness. But Tayon stops her and tells her to hold on to him because she is still unsteady. She insists she is fine, yet he catches her hand firmly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he tells her she is not, and if she won't hold on to him willingly, he'll do it himself. His tone is both gentle and commanding, and Sahi hesitates, torn between fear of being seen and the warmth of his hand around hers. She thinks anxiously that if anyone sees them together, especially Madam, rumors would spread instantly. But then she remembers that the small servant quarters are nearby, usually empty at this hour, and she decides it's safe enough to stop there for a short while. She finally lets go of his arm and steps back, telling him he can leave now. Tayon looks at her for a long moment and finally nods, reminding her to take her medicine. Before she can respond, he leans down suddenly and presses a soft kiss on her forehead, his touch lingering just long enough to make her heart skip a beat. Shocked, Sahi's face turns red as she tells him to stop teasing her, and without waiting for his reply, she runs off to her quarter, her steps quick and uneven, while Tayon stands there watching her disappear. Inside her small room, Sahi sits beside her bed, her face still burning as she mutters that he's insane. Unable to believe how things spiraled so quickly, she wonders how she could have allowed him to kiss her again, how she could lose herself so easily in a moment like that, and her heart aches with confusion she cannot untangle. Later that evening, Tayon returns to his room, his expression calm yet distant, and he notices that Mrs. Chun has already tidied everything up as usual. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, he glances at the empty space beside him and remembers that Sahi was lying there not long ago, her skin feverish, her breath uneven, and for a moment, he can almost feel the warmth lingering in the sheets. He runs his hand slowly across the spot where she had been, lost in thought, imagining her delicate figure resting there, how her eyes had looked at him in confusion and fear. He exhales softly and stands, heading into the bathroom, where the sound of running water fills the silence. As he looks into the mirror, droplets sliding down the glass, he sees his own reflection blur into the image of Sahi, her flushed cheeks, her parted lips, her gaze trembling beneath his, and he closes his eyes for a moment, his thoughts consumed by the memory of their kiss, his pulse steady yet restless, knowing that something between them has already crossed a line neither can easily return from. After taking his bath, Tayon steps out of the bathroom, his hair still damp and his mind drifting toward a memory from the past, a moment that had stayed quietly buried yet now resurfaces with clarity. He remembers the day he first saw Sahi, standing quietly at some distance, her presence faint yet oddly magnetic, her eyes holding a quiet determination that drew him in without reason. In that memory, his mother's voice interrupts his gaze, explaining in her sharp but elegant tone that what he is looking at is Yonghwadang, a shaman house that the chairman holds in special regard, and she scolds him for not listening properly. He replies that he is, though his thoughts are elsewhere, fixated on the girl who seemed out of place yet perfectly in sync with the stillness of that world. The memory fades as he returns to the present, the air heavy with the scent of cedar and perfume, and his mother's voice cuts through again, calling him to focus. She sits gracefully before him, her demeanor poised yet carrying the authority of someone used to being obeyed. She says it is not evening yet, implying there's still much to do, and when he answers vaguely, she narrows her eyes and tells him not to waste her time. She pulls an envelope from her purse and places it on the table before him, saying he needs to proceed with what was promised, and her tone leaves no room for argument. Inside the envelope are photographs of a young woman. She points at the picture, reminding him that this is Jisoo, the daughter of an influential family, and says that she has grown into quite the beauty. Tayon listens without interest as his mother explains that Jisoo is the heir to Hansung Group, and that the chairman would be pleased if he entertained the idea of being with someone like her. She tells him that Jisoo has recently returned to Korea, eager to meet him again, since apparently he had been her first love long ago. Tayon answers dryly that he does not like little girls, but his mother sharply warns him not to speak that way, telling him that even if he has no real interest, he should at least be polite and maintain appearances. She reminds him of his duty to the family's reputation, and when he answers curtly, she snaps at him again not to be rude. He sighs quietly and agrees, knowing this conversation, like many others, will end only when she is satisfied. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Sahi works alongside Mrs. Chun, her movements steady but her face pale from fatigue. When her work is done, she hesitates and softly says she needs some fresh air, and the other women agree, telling her to go since the preparations are nearly complete. Mrs. Chun, ever watchful, nods and tells her they'll start serving soon. But as Sahi walks out, she quietly observes her leaving, worry flickering across her face. Outside, the air is cool and still, and Sahi stands in the dark, pulling out her phone to check something aimlessly. For a moment, she enjoys the quiet, but then she notices Tayon approaching with Secretary Kim beside him, both dressed neatly, their presence commanding attention. Kim greets her cheerfully, noting that she must be one of the kitchen staff, and Sahi nods politely, feeling uneasy. Kim compliments her with a charming smile, saying she must be talented to handle so many things, but his tone feels too familiar. Tayon watches silently, his gaze unreadable, while Sahi keeps her eyes lowered, avoiding his stare. Just then, Mrs. Chun hurries out and greets them warmly, slightly breathless, addressing Tayon as CEO Jung and expressing surprise to see him in the rear yard. She quickly invites him and his guest inside, mentioning the spicy dried green radish soup prepared for the meal, and she nudges Sahi to welcome them properly. Sahi bows respectfully, but her voice barely comes out, and Tayon steps closer. He calls her name, making her flinch slightly, and asks why she is being so quiet. Sahi, panicking for a reason to explain herself, blurts out something about the hospital, and quickly adds that she took the medicine, trying to sound natural. Tayon studies her face for a moment, then touches her forehead lightly as if checking her temperature again, murmuring that it's good she took care of herself. He asks if she has eaten dinner, and when she says she will soon, he gives her a look of disbelief, half teasing and half serious. Mrs. Chun steps in quickly, trying to diffuse the tension, explaining that everyone dines together after meal preparations are done. Tayon smiles faintly, saying that sounds reasonable, but his attention does not leave Sahi. In a sudden motion, he reaches for her phone, taking it gently from her hand before she can react, and unlocks it with ease. He glances at her, before saying that since the phone is already open, she should send him a picture of what she eats later. He adds that Yonghwadang earns billions each year, and yet someone like her, who works tirelessly even when injured or sick, seems to handle every chore imaginable. His tone hardens slightly as he mentions that Young Moon financially supports Yonghwadang, implying that if they can afford such backing, they should also ensure proper care for her, because in his eyes, her body, her effort, her endurance has value that should be protected. He hands her phone back with quiet finality and tells her to send the photo later, then walks past her with Kim. Mrs. De Chun, visibly uneasy, turns to Sahi and tells her softly not to do it, not to take his words too seriously. Sahi stands frozen for a moment, her phone still in her hands, her mind spinning. She knows she could easily say it's not what it looks like, that she is not involved with him, that none of this means anything. She knows all she has to do is speak up and clear the misunderstanding. Yet for some reason, her voice refuses to come out. She whispers to herself that she understands, but deep inside, she wonders helplessly, why cannot she say anything at all? At the dinner table, Tayon sits quietly, his expression unreadable as he scrolls through his phone, the faint glow of the screen reflecting in his eyes. His mother, seated gracefully, watches him in silence, her mind running with quiet suspicion as she wonders who he could be waiting to hear from. The calm demeanor of Secretary Kim beside him only adds to her curiosity, making her think that it cannot possibly be work-related, because Kim's composure is too relaxed for it to concern business. The conversation moves along smoothly, and when Kim across the table politely offers to request dessert, Madam Jung smiles and nods, telling him to go ahead, though her thoughts remain elsewhere, circling around her son's distraction. She studies Taeyon's distant gaze and wonders if perhaps he finally has a woman he's interested in, the idea both intriguing and unsettling. With a practiced smile, she turns towards Secretary Kim and begins making polite conversation, complimenting his thoughtful nature and suggesting that any woman in his life must be happy to have him. When Kim laughs awkwardly and admits he does not have a girlfriend, Madam feigns surprise, calling it a pity, saying that someone so pleasant should not be alone. Half in jest, she offers to introduce him to someone, mentioning the second daughter of a family they know, a ballerina who, she has heard, is quite charming. Kim politely replies that the girl already has a boyfriend, adding with a touch of amusement that he saw them early that morning kissing in front of their building. Madam shows astonishment, remarking that young people nowadays move too quickly, though there's a glint of disapproval in her eyes. She says it's a shame, noting that she might have introduced him to the eldest daughter instead, if not for the accident that left her with a limp. As she speaks, she glances at her son and asks what he thinks, whether he believes Secretary Kim and Miss Yeon Sahi would make a good match. Taeyon does not look up from his meal, he simply continues eating, his expression calm as he finally responds that he does not know, sounding almost indifferent. After a pause, he adds that he is not so sure about that kind of pairing anyway, because people like Sahi and Kim belong to different leagues. His tone is quiet but sharp enough to sting, and Kim gives a smile, trying to turn the insult into humor. Though Kim's voice trembles slightly as he says that sometimes it feels like all the years he's devoted to working for Taeyon have been wasted since his boss is never kind to him. When he says this, his voice cracks, almost as if he might cry, and Madam Jung immediately sides with him, saying her son is too harsh and that he should treat those close to him with more warmth. Just as the conversation quiets, Taeyon's phone buzzes softly. He glances at it and sees a message, which is from Sahi. At that same moment, Sahi sits in her small room, staring at her own phone screen and thinking she has done what he asked by sending him the picture of her meal, so now she should get back to work. She does not expect a reply, but another message appears almost instantly, Taeyon asking if she is asleep. Confused, she stares at the screen before another message follows, saying he'll be over there soon. Her heart jumps in panic as she wonders if he actually means he's coming to her quarters, and she quickly turns off the lights, hoping he'll think she's gone to bed. She mutters that she does not want to see him right now, yet her phone lights up again, showing a missed call, followed by another message saying he saw her turn off the lights. Her breath catches when he tells her to answer the phone. Curiosity and anxiety war inside her as she slowly opens the door, peeking outside, whispering, "Could he really have come all the way here?" Another message flashes across the screen asking if she plans to ignore him all night, and the words make her chest tighten. She feels tears well up unexpectedly, a mix of exhaustion and confusion, while outside, Tayon sits on the steps with a small bag in his hand, his expression calm as he dials her number again. When she finally answers, his voice is low and steady as he asks how she is feeling, and she says she is fine. He asks about her fever, and she tells him it's gone. He asks if she turned off the lights because she was going to sleep, and when she says yes, he chuckles quietly, telling her she is bad at lying. Then his tone softens as he apologizes for being harsh earlier, surprising her completely. Sahi sits frozen, wondering why he's suddenly apologizing and what he's trying to do with this kind, almost gentle tone that feels so out of character. He asks her to let him see her face for a moment, and when she stays silent, tells her he'll just leave the pills in front of her door and go. He urges her to take them and says she should hang up first, but she insists he should. His voice turns faintly amused as he says she can be unexpectedly courteous sometimes, then tells her goodbye before hanging up. Left in the dark, Sahi's heart pounding as she tells herself that his sudden kindness must be nothing more than a passing whim, a flicker of guilt or interest that won't last. Even though she knows she should not let it affect her, her mind begins to blur again as she wonders if she is running another fever. She remembers Tayon's words about leaving the pills and tells herself that maybe all of this confusion is simply her sick body clouding her judgment. If she takes the medicine and rests, she'll feel better. But when she opens the door, expecting to find the pills on the ground, she freezes in shock because Tayon is still sitting there. Her breath catches as she stares at him, asking why he's still there since he said he was leaving, yet he only steps closer and asks softly if he really said that. Tayon explains calmly that he told Sahi he would deliver the pills before leaving, yet he never once said he was actually going to leave, so she should have listened carefully instead of assuming things on her own. Then he hands her the bag and tells her to take it. She holds it quietly, her thoughts running deep as she realizes how predictable this story has become, a story with an ending she can already see clearly, a brief encounter that will fade away easily as long as they manage not to get caught, something that will vanish just as simply as it began. When his hand gently touches her face, Sahi turns away, keeping her voice steady as she tells him that he should come only at night. He stands behind her, surprised, and asks if that means she plans to ignore him completely during the day again. She glances back at him and says yes, meaning exactly that. Inside her heart, she knows this relationship must start and end right here, as nothing more than a fleeting moment of indulgence, a temporary spark that will soon die out because she understands too well that it cannot last. She steps aside and pushes him away lightly, telling him to leave now, and soon she closes the door behind him, standing still for a long moment as silence fills the room. While walking back to his annex, Tayon repeats her words in his mind, "Come only at night." He smiles faintly, wondering if she truly realizes what that implies, if she knows how easily such boundaries can blur. But before he can think further, he notices his mother, Madame Min, standing ahead of him in the dim courtyard. She looks tense, her expression shadowed by worry. When she asks where he was, he replies casually that he just went out for a walk and asks her why she is outside so late. She sighs, saying she felt too stuffy to stay in. Tayon asks if something happened, and Madame Min nods gravely, telling him that his father called her earlier about the embezzlement case he recently uncovered. Instead of naming Taejon, the real culprit, it seems the central director Kang Munju will be investigated in his place. Tayon responds with a small sound of acknowledgement, not surprised in the least, and when his mother asks if he already knew about this, he smiles faintly because he suspected as much the moment he was sent here. Her worry deepens as she says that this looks exactly like another attempt to push Taejon into the position of chairman of the board, that the one who actually committed the crime is being protected while someone else will be punished. She asks anxiously if they should not come up with countermeasures soon, otherwise the chairman might announce his resignation and install Taejon as his successor faster than anyone expects. Taeyon looks at her gently and says, "Mother," before he steps forward and embraces her, assuring her softly that she does not need to worry so much. He reminds her that this is not the first or second time the chairman has made such moves, so there's no need to stress herself over it now. The night air grows colder, and Taeyon asks her if she would like to stay out a bit longer before going inside, but she shakes her head, saying she'll go back in. Still, Before she leaves, she turns to him again, her face tense with concern, calling his name softly. He smiles at her reassuringly, wishing her good night and sweet dreams. She finally walks away while Tayon stands under the wide, cloud-draped sky where the full moon glows faintly through the haze. Back in her own quiet room, Sahi opens the bag he gave her earlier, her brows furrowing as she sees what's inside. She finds a few rice cakes neatly packed, and she murmurs in confusion as she reads the label. Hanbit Rice Cake Place, Gwanghwamun Headquarters. She wonders why he would go all the way to Gwanghwamun just to buy these when similar ones are sold nearby, and she notices there are only a few pieces, as if chosen deliberately. Her chest tightens slightly as she looks at them, thinking to herself that if she does not want to be left crying alone on the day this relationship ends, she has to keep her feelings under control. She reminds herself that it's just a short-lived connection, one she must treat as light and insignificant so that she can let it go whenever the time comes. Sitting by her desk, she picks up her pen and begins sketching quietly, trying to distract herself from the unease inside her. Each line she draws feels like a small attempt to stay detached, to make the moment less heavy, less real. The next morning, Sahi wakes up to the sound of her phone ringing. Still half asleep, she wonders who could be calling this early. When she finally answers, her sleepy voice sharpens into surprise as she hears the person on the other end. Her eyes widen and she sits up quickly, asking, "What?" Because whatever she has just heard completely catches her off guard. On the other side is Tayon's voice asking if she is awake. With her eyes barely open and her voice still drowsy, she replies yes. He asks if she will be preparing breakfast again today, and she answers that she will only be cooking in the evening. When he repeats the word evening, she explains that she is only helping with dinner now. He seems to pause for a moment before saying, "Really? All right then, get some more rest. When I have time, I'll give you a call, so make sure you pick up." His tone is calm but final, and before she can ask anything, the line goes dead. Sahi blinks, suddenly wide awake, staring at the phone in disbelief, asking softly what that was supposed to mean. But there is only silence, because he has already hung up. Meanwhile, Kim greets Tayon politely with a good morning, and Tayon turns back to him with a small smile, returning the greeting as if nothing unusual has happened. Back in her room, Sahi sits in front of her painting board, unable to focus on her work. She keeps thinking about his words, that he will call when he has time, and she finds herself glancing again and again at her phone. She blushes, confused about why she is even waiting for a call that might never come. Just then, her phone vibrates and she quickly checks it, only to find a message from Mrs. Chun, informing her that she is excused from preparing dinner for today and must not come. Her shoulders drop as disappointment fills her chest because she had already told Tayon she would be there to help, and now that plan cannot be kept. Soon another call comes in and she answers quickly, saying hello. This time it is Juhwan, who sounds frustrated as he demands to know why she was so difficult to reach, why she hung up earlier and ignored his calls and messages. He says she had him worried. Sahi apologizes softly, explaining she had been busy and forgot to check. His tone softens as he tells her that their alumni are planning to meet next week. She repeats the word, "Really?" And he says she should come too because she is always the only one missing from these gatherings. His words make her pause as she thinks quietly about how long it has been since she left Yonghwadang. She has stayed there for years now, becoming overly sensitive to even small changes around her. And without realizing it, she has been waiting for one particular call the whole day. After a moment of silence, she agrees to join, and Juwan sounds surprised, asking if she really means it. She tells him he was the one insisting she come, so why should she not? He laughs nervously and says they plan to meet in Gangnam, offering to pick her up, but she refuses immediately, saying there's no need and she can go by herself. As she stands up from her seat, she thinks to herself that perhaps going out and meeting familiar faces, even if it feels like a hassle, might help her clear her head. She looks at the clock on the wall and sees that it's 5:10, yet Tayon never called her back as he said he would. Her eyes linger on the ticking hands of the clock as time stretches on in silence. At the same time, over at Tayon's annex, Kim tells him he is working too late again and should rest. Tayon, looking visibly exhausted, asks if everything has been finished. Kim nods but quickly adds that there's a call for him from Mr. Kwak of Citizens Bank. Tayon rubs his forehead in irritation, clearly tired of work, yet he still takes the call before heading upstairs to shower. The next morning, as Sahi walks outside with a small bag in her hand, she wonders to herself if he said he would call her without ever intending to, if that line was only a polite lie. She looks down at the bag and mutters that she has to give these honey rice cakes to Mrs. Chun soon. Just then, she hears someone shouting, "Wait, Appa!" And when she turns, she spots Hyungu with Hunji. Hunji is holding his hand playfully, asking him to wait just 10 minutes while she changes, and Hyungu laughs, telling her to take her time. Sahi quickly changes her direction, hoping they won't notice her because rumors about those two getting closer have already been spreading, and she does not want to get involved. But before she can slip away, Hyungu spots her and calls out loudly. She freezes, trying to stay calm as he walks toward her, teasing that she could at least say hello since they're still old classmates. She turns slightly, giving a polite nod without speaking, but he continues with a smug smile, saying that they might even become family soon. She replies indifferently, "Right," trying to end the talk, but he continues with a sly tone, asking if things are going well with Young Moon Group. His words hit her like a slap, and when he asks if she is hoping for a Cinderella story, her expression hardens as she wonders what exactly he's implying. Hyungu shrugs, pretending innocence, saying he's just curious because he has seen many men like that. Men who date one kind of woman but marry another. He tells her he's only saying this because he does not want her to get her hopes too high and end up hurt. Sahi forces a smile, though her heart aches, thinking how absurd that comparison is. Cinderella, she thinks bitterly. How ridiculous. She tells herself that kind of fairy tale is only possible if the man involved is some charming prince on a white horse, but no matter how handsome Tayon is, he feels more like a villain than a savior. She looks straight at Hyungu and tells him sharply that he should get his eyes checked because there's clearly something wrong with them. His face darkens with anger as she turns to leave, and though he keeps shouting her name behind her, she does not stop. Her thoughts echo painfully as she walks away. If her heart wavers for a man like that, then there is absolutely no chance she could ever be Cinderella. Later, she finally finds Mrs. Chun and hands her the rice cakes. The older woman's face lights up with joy, thanking her sincerely, and Sahi smiles faintly before returning to her room. As evening falls, she sits outside her room sketching, lost in thought. She scolds herself for being so distracted the entire day, wondering why she keeps acting like this. She opens a canned drink and takes a long sip, telling herself firmly to stop waiting for a call that will never come and just focus on her work. But as soon as she tries, Hyungu's words replay in her mind again, about men who date different women than the ones they marry, and her heart tightens painfully. Her cheeks flush and her eyes grow moist as she whispers that she already knows that truth too well. She drops her pencil and lies down, covering her face with her arm, promising herself that she will think of this relationship lightly, that she won't expect anything from it. Just then, a calm voice interrupts her thoughts, asking why she is not working. Startled, she opens her eyes to see Tayon sitting right in front of her with his usual composed smile, calling her quite the rebel for skipping work so freely. Sahi freezes the moment, her cheeks turning warm as she wonders when exactly he got here. Her mind immediately flashes toward her sketchbook lying nearby, and she panics slightly, thinking that he must not see what she drew inside. But before she can grab it, he stops her hand effortlessly, leaning close enough that her breath catches. She becomes embarrassed when he suddenly asks if she has had dinner. Flustered, she nods and says yes, and he raises an eyebrow, asking teasingly, "Really? Then why did not she send him a picture?" She has no reply for that and looks away, pretending to be indifferent. Then he asks quietly, "Was she waiting yesterday?" She side-eyes him, denying it quickly, saying no, but he only smiles faintly and explains that he had been busy with work. She repeats that she was not waiting, though her tone sounds more defensive than casual. Suddenly, without warning, Tayon leans in and kisses her. His lips press against hers firmly, and she freezes in shock, trying to pull away, but he does not let go. The kiss deepens, rough and insistent, and though she struggles, his hand holds her in place. After a long pause, he pulls back slightly, calling her name in a low voice, and asks if they should go inside now. Her heart races as she pushes him away, telling him it's still early and that the workers from Yonghwadang might pass by. He glances around the quiet courtyard, smirking as he asks if anyone would really pass by here at this hour. She insists that they might. His smirk grows wider as he teases, saying he thought she would be willing to invite him inside and play house with him tonight, but it seems he was wrong. Her face heats up, her lips pressed together, and she closes her eyes in frustration. But before she can speak, he snatches the sketchbook from her hands. She gasps, reaching out to grab it back, asking what he's doing, and he replies with calm amusement that he's simply curious to see what she was working on while he was away. Panic flashes across her face as she begs him to give it back, whispering under her breath that he must not see what's inside. But he has already flipped it open, his eyes scanning the pages until he stops at a particular sketch, a drawing of a man with his hand covering his face. He studies it closely and soon chuckles, recognizing the watch on the wrist. He comments that it looks a lot like his own, his voice carrying a hint of pride. Sahi's face burns with embarrassment, unable to look up. Tayon glances at her and asks softly, "Does she want it?" Then he reaches out, takes her hand, and slides his watch onto her wrist, saying that it looks far too big on her but suits her somehow. She stays silent, her mind blank, and he tells her to keep it, saying it's payment for the drawing, before casually tearing the page with his sketch out of the notebook and keeping it. She cannot find the words to respond, only watching him quietly as her thoughts swirl in confusion. Later that night, back at his annex, Tayon is standing by his desk, holding a few documents, while Kim, his secretary, brings up the topic of the upcoming opening game. Kim asks if they should cancel it, and when Tayon looks at him questioningly, he explains that he already arranged the manpower for Seoul, but wonders if there's a change in plan. Tayon does not reply right away. Instead, his eyes wander to the sketch lying on his desk, the one drawn by Sahi, and his expression softens faintly as he gazes at it. Then, breaking the silence, he asks Kim whether he looks absent-minded to him as well. Kim looks startled, fumbling for an answer before quickly denying it, saying, "Of course not." He hesitates and then mentions that Madam Min and Hanjung's mother are already setting up a date for the matchmaking meeting, reminding him that if he plans to return to Seoul, he should start giving them his response soon, since the other family will also need time to prepare. Tayon listens quietly, his face unreadable. After a few seconds, he closes his eyes briefly and then tells Kim to cancel his return to Seoul. Kim straightens up, smiling faintly as he replies, "Yes, sir." Then Tayon adds that he will only go to Seoul for a short while, just to attend the opening game, and after that, he will return. The next morning, Sahi is in the kitchen when Mrs. Chun casually asks where she got those rice cakes from yesterday, wondering if she made them with her college friend. Sahi freezes for a second, unsure how to answer. Mrs. Chun smiles knowingly and says that, in her opinion, the man who gave her those rice cakes probably likes her. Sahi frowns, asking how the conversation jumped from rice cakes to romance. But Mrs. Chun laughs and says no man travels all the way from the city just to bring rice cakes unless he's interested. Has she ever seen an uninterested man spend both his time and money like that? She turns to Uncle Bang, asking for his opinion, and he nods thoughtfully, saying it does seem true. Sahi insists quickly that it's not like that at all, but Mrs. Chun waves her off and continues talking, saying the rice cakes were from a very famous shop that even appeared on television. Uncle Bang looks surprised and asks if that's really true, and Mrs. Chun nods, saying that if he bought something so special just for her, then he must really care, though he seems a little clueless because she does not even like rice cakes. Sahi replies softly that she does like the ones they have here, and Mrs. Chun laughs, agreeing that the local ones are better, but still reminds her to thank him properly because those were so delicious that she ate the entire pack. She adds proudly that she even served the leftover rice cakes as dessert in the annex, and everyone seemed to love them. At that, Sahi freezes in shock, her mind going blank. Uncle Bang, completely cheerful, adds that breakfast service was easier than usual because of those rice cakes. He says that even the picky CEO, who usually leaves dessert untouched, cleared his plate completely, something that never happens. He laughs, wondering aloud what could have changed his mind this time. Hearing that, Sahi's heart sinks as she realizes he must have eaten them. Her thoughts turn anxious as she murmurs to herself that he went out of his way to buy them for her, yet she gave them away to someone else. She wonders what she should say when they meet again, guilt twisting in her chest. Just then, her phone vibrates, and she picks it up nervously, hoping for a call, but it's only a message from him. She opens it and reads his words slowly. He won't be coming by to play house this time. Her heart tightens as she stares at the screen in silence, unsure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. After taking a shower that night, Sahi sits quietly on her bed, scrolling through the class group chat on her phone, feeling a strange mix of nostalgia and distance. She murmurs softly that it has really been a long time since she talked to them, not because she meant to avoid anyone, but because somehow she has just been trapped in this place for far too long, her world slowly shrinking within Yonghwadang's walls. Her eyes drift to the documents, realizing that she still has not given him an answer. She wonders aloud whether she should really consider studying abroad or if she should stay here a little longer, and the question itself makes her uneasy because she cannot understand why she hesitates now. In the past, she thinks, if such an opportunity had appeared, her bags would have already been packed and she would have left without a second thought. Yet now, even the idea of leaving seems heavy and uncertain, as if something invisible keeps holding her back. Just then, her phone vibrates sharply against the blanket, and her heart skips when she sees the name flashing on the screen, Tayon. The short message reads that he is wondering if he could visit her tonight. For a few moments, she simply stares at it, feeling her pulse quicken, and then whispers to herself, almost in disbelief, asking if he truly means to come see her at this hour. Rising from the bed, she moves toward the mirror, touching her damp hair, wondering how she looks, and her eyes fall upon the small collection of makeup on her table. She hesitates, remembering her grandmother's stern voice from long ago, scolding her for being careless, for wearing makeup when meeting someone important, saying that a proper lady must always conduct herself modestly. Yet even as the memory echoes in her head, her fingers move on their own. She picks up the lipstick and gently applies it, watching the faint color bloom across her lips as a nervous smile appears on her face. Moments later, she steps outside, her heart beating fast when she sees him waiting. Tayon sits there under the faint light, his expression calm, but his gaze steady on her. He looks at her for a moment and asks if she just took a shower. Sahi nods lightly and answers yes, her voice small, then wonders if she sounds too obvious. When she is stepping outside of the room, she can feel her breath catching. In her mind, she quietly tells herself that if she takes one more step past this doorway, there will be no going back, no pretending that nothing is happening between them. He gestures for her to sit, helping her settle beside him as he murmurs for her to be careful. And for a while, silence stretches between them. Then he asks casually if she drank any alcohol today. She shakes her head quickly, insisting that she does not drink every day, though her tone almost makes it sound like an excuse. He studies her face and asks again, teasing if that is really true. When she does not answer, he asks about her drawings instead, guessing that she does not want to talk about them either. Leaning closer, Tayon tells her that he enjoyed the rice cakes, saying they were delicious, and the sudden shift makes her blink in confusion. She remembers that he usually does not even like sweets, so she nervously replies that he does not really like them, right? He tilts his head and asks in return whether she has a habit of buying things she does not even like. Her hands tighten in her lap as she mutters that it was just an errand, trying to keep her tone calm, but he only smirks slightly and asks then what she actually likes. The question lingers in the air. Sahi looks down at her fingers, lost for words, asking herself silently what she likes anymore, what truly makes her happy. Finally, she admits in a small voice that there are not many things she likes these days, the words sounding heavier than she expected. Before she can say anything more, Tayon reaches out, his hand brushing her hair aside, tucking a loose strand behind her ear. The touch makes her freeze, her breath trembling as his face draws closer, and then he kisses her. The kiss is deep and sudden. Unable to find her voice, she tries to pull away at first, but the moment overwhelms her. Her thoughts blur, her heart racing uncontrollably. When he finally pulls back, his voice is low as he asks if she can stand. Her cheeks are flushed, her lips trembling, but no words come out. Then, without waiting for an answer, he lifts her gently into his arms. She feels the warmth of his body close to hers as he steps toward her room, each step echoing softly against the wooden floor. The air feels heavy, filled with quiet tension and unspoken thoughts, and as the door closes behind them, the night outside falls into silence. He makes her sit on bed and kisses her again. Then he kisses her forehead, then her neck, and then carries her again in his arms. Then he makes her lie in bed. She tells him to turn off the lights, but he asks how would he able to see her if he turned off the lights. She becomes embarrassed and asks why does he have to see her. But Tayon does not answer that question. Instead, he removes his shirt and tells her to relax. After spending a night together, Sahi wakes up the next morning and finds Tayon sitting nearby with a notebook and pen in his hand, quietly sketching something. She blinks in confusion, still drowsy, and wonders what exactly he is doing. When she curiously asks him, he only smiles faintly and says that it should be obvious, but when she presses him further, he turns the notebook slightly and says that it is her. The words confuse her, and she frowns as she tries to understand what he means when he says the drawing is her, and he simply replies with quiet warmth that it is because it reminds him of her, leaving her with no words to answer back. Before she can say anything else, he suddenly shifts closer and asks if she is hurt, telling her to lie down so he can take a look, but she quickly turns away, saying that she is fine now and he does not have to worry. He does not listen, and instead, his hand reaches for her face as he says that there is nothing left to be shy about since he has already seen everything. His teasing makes her flustered, and when he suddenly pulls the sheet from her body, she gasps and calls him crazy, while he only smiles with that familiar mischievous look in his eyes, telling her that maybe he really is. He pulls her close, and their bodies find each other again, and even though she tries to remind him that it's already morning, he only whispers that it's a good morning indeed. Time slips away in that quiet room until everything slows down again, and later, when she lies against the sheets catching her breath, she tells him to leave now. Tayon only chuckles, and outside the room, Secretary Kim's voice calls out, asking him to hurry, which makes Sahi freeze for a moment as the thought hits her. How long had he been waiting outside? Tayon sighs that breakfast will have to wait and tells her to message him later about what she eats for lunch, but when she refuses, he only laughs softly and asks if she will have dinner with him instead. She refuses again, but adds that he should come at night, and before leaving, he tells her to rest well. As he turns to go, his eyes fall upon study abroad scholarship pamphlets, making him pause for a brief. In the kitchen, Sahi overhears a few workers gossiping while pretending to stay busy, their voices low but still carrying across the quiet morning. One of the women whispers that she heard Chase Yunbok had gambled away Hunji's marriage funds, and the man standing beside her mutters in disbelief that he never thought Yunbok was capable of doing something so terrible. The woman continues, saying that Hunji is crying and throwing tantrums while her father is desperately begging the saintess to forgive them, as if such a thing could calm her anger. Hearing that, Sahi's heart grows heavy, and she thinks about her own situation from the night before, realizing that if her grandmother ever finds out what happened, it would not simply end with anger. It would bring humiliation and consequences she might not be able to bear. The kitchen talk continues as the woman mentions that Misfortune is away, and they wonder who will deliver CEO Young's breakfast. The man nervously asks if one of them could go in her place, but the woman refuses immediately, and he complains that he had planned to leave early for a date and does not want to lose the chance. She sighs and tells him to just take the meal and deliver it quickly before going, but he protests dramatically, saying that the CEO always eats very late and that once he had to stand waiting for 2 hours straight, nearly losing feeling in his legs. He whines that if he misses his date, she will have to take responsibility for his marriage. The woman finally glances at Sahi, who has been quietly standing there, and asks if she could go instead. The man immediately joins in, begging her with folded hands and pleading eyes, promising that it will only be this once. A little later, Sahi finds herself carrying the breakfast tray toward Tayon's office, feeling uncertain about how to face him after everything that happened between them. She hesitates outside the door before finally knocking and stepping inside, where Secretary Kim greets her politely. Tayon is at his desk, surrounded by papers and files, completely focused on his work. He instructs that the food should be left there before the server leaves. Sahi freezes, realizing he has not noticed her presence yet, and for a brief second she thinks it would be better to slip away quietly before he looks up. But his eyes lift from his notes just as she turns to leave, and his voice stops her in place. Secretary Kim, sensing the moment, excuses himself and says he will eat outside. The air turns still after Kim leaves, and Tayon watches her with an expression that mixes amusement and curiosity. He asks why she is there, reminding her to just do what she came for. Sahi begins to set the breakfast neatly on the table, but she can feel his gaze following her every small movement, heavy and deliberate. He asks if she came only to look cute or if she is trying to tease him again, and she quickly explains that something happened in the main building and she was told to handle his meal because no one else could. Tayon asks if she means she is the only one who can tolerate him, and she answers quietly that no one else can stand his temper. That makes him laugh softly, and as she tries to turn away, he steps closer, his hand catching her wrist in a firm but calm grip. He studies her face for a moment, telling her he's just checking if she is all right, and though she tries to pull back, his hand slides down, his touch deliberate and bold. The closeness makes her breath catch, and she cannot bring herself to look at him, while he quietly tells her to keep her voice down in case someone walks in. Though Sahi wants to protest, her mind feels blank. Tayon tilts her chin up with his fingers, his gaze meeting hers with quiet intensity, saying he'll come find her at night and that she should go now. At night, Sahi lies on her bed, feeling restless as her thoughts keep circling around what happened earlier, and she cannot believe she allowed herself to get swept away in that moment of weakness. She wonders if it was really her who was starved or perhaps him. She picks up her phone and types a message to Tayon telling him not to come tonight because she plans to sleep early. She tries to convince herself it was the right thing to do. She begins to quietly pack a small suitcase, folding her clothes neatly, while thinking that there is no reason to tell him about her trip to Seoul tomorrow, since it is not as if they are in a relationship. Her phone suddenly rings, and when she picks it, Juhwan greets her, confirming if she is really coming tomorrow. Sahi confirms, and he sounds relieved, explaining that she decided so quickly that he just wanted to make sure she had managed her travel plans. She reassures him that everything is fine, but he hesitates for a moment before shyly asking what time she will be arriving. She says she will reach Seoul around 4 in the afternoon since she plans to have lunch before leaving. He insists that he could pick her up from the terminal if she wants, but she immediately refuses, saying there is no need and that she can just take a taxi. He accepts it reluctantly, though she can hear the concern in his voice, and before hanging up, he casually brings up the topic of studying abroad, asking if she has thought about it any further. She tells him she has not yet, and he gently tells her to give it some more thought tonight. She thanks him softly for calling, but he laughs awkwardly, telling her not to make it sound so serious. And then he says goodbye, promising to see her tomorrow. As she ends the call, Sahi feels a strange tightness in her chest, but before she can think further, she senses a faint presence outside her door, and when she looks, she finds Tayon standing there silently, his expression unreadable. She instantly feels a mix of surprise and guilt because she had told him not to come, and for a second, she considers pretending not to notice him. Tayon looks at her with a calm yet sharp expression and reminds her that she said she was going to sleep early, accusing her of planning to slip away in the night without telling him. She feels defensive and asks why he is here, but he simply says he was worried, asking why she is still awake. She insists she was just about to sleep, but his eyes wander to the suitcase, and he asks if she is going somewhere. Trying to keep her tone neutral, she tells him that she will be back the day after tomorrow, and there is no reason for her to report every little thing she does to him. However, he answers casually, yet possessively, saying that from now on, she should, one by one, as if he is testing her patience. Before she can respond, he steps closer and gently holds her face, brushing his lips against hers in a sudden kiss. She tries to resist, her hand pressing against his chest, but his low voice tells her to close the door. His tone turns slightly bitter as he asks where she is going tomorrow and if that guy she was talking to is going as well, mocking her with words that sting as he asks if the man promised to come sweep her away like a prince. She becomes annoying, telling him to stop being sarcastic because if she really had that kind of relationship with Juhwan, she would not be doing any of this with him. Her words hang heavy between them, and he looks at her with something unreadable in his eyes before asking quietly what it is exactly that they are doing. She turns red, struggling for words, and finally says that they have already slept together. The admission only seems to pull Tayon closer, and he holds her again, kissing her deeply, while the thoughts and confusion in her mind dissolve into silence. When morning comes, Tayon wakes up before her, quietly studying her sleeping form. He notices a faint bruise near her ankle and gently takes her foot in his hand, asking how she got hurt and if it was an accident. She tells him that it is nothing, and he tells her that if she does not want to talk about it, she does not have to, then stands up saying he will get going so she can rest a little more. Later that morning, Tayon's mother confronts him angrily, her voice sharp as she demands to know how he could return to Seoul Seoul without any notice. She mutters that it is useless to even say anything because he never listens, but she adds that she will be seeing him again next week anyway since there are preparations to be made now that she is back in the country. Tayon answers calmly that it is fine, though she clearly expects more from him. She then asks if he has read the document she gave him, and when he only shrugs, she becomes visibly irritated, scolding him for his careless attitude. As she leaves, she pauses and looks at him with an expression of restrained disappointment, saying that sometimes he is painfully like his father and that it is unpleasant to see. Her words linger in the air after she is gone. Just then, Tayon's phone rings, and when he picks it up, it is Sahi. Her voice is quiet but slightly nervous as she asks if he took her luggage with him. Tayon smiles and replies yes, Sahi in confusion, wondering why he would even do something like that. But Tayon only smiles in amusement and asks if she wants it back. When Sahi reacts in frustration because it is obvious she does, he smiles and tells her that he will bring it to her himself, adding that he is leaving soon so she has to hurry if she wants to catch him before he goes. She worries, trying to process his words, not understanding what he means, and before she can ask more, he just says that he will send her a message and that she should keep an eye out for it. When she tries to stop him, her voice shaky and uncertain, Tayon has already turned to Secretary Kim, asking him to book a hotel under his name, his tone calm but final as always. Soon after, in the car, Kim speaks while looking out the window, saying that they are heading out now and commenting in surprise at how the flowers have bloomed overnight, saying how incredible it is that Yonghwadang could change so quickly into such a bright, living place. Tayon listens quietly, his eyes fixed on the view passing by, and he thinks about the first time he ever came to that place, how on that day, instead of flowers, it had been snow falling, covering everything in stillness, and he had sat there like a lifeless doll, watching cars pass in neat lines while feeling as though the world was moving on without him. He remembers passing by Sahi then, her face so calm and pale like a doll's, and how, back then, something inside him had stirred for the first time in a long while. At first, it had been a strange sense of kinship, like recognizing loneliness in another person. But soon, curiosity began to grow, and he had wanted to see that unmoving, delicate face react, to see emotion bloom across it, the way flowers now bloomed across the city. And yet now, as he sits in that car again, he realizes with a quiet frustration that he has let himself get caught up in something he can barely name, something that feels like both obsession and confusion, and he tells himself bitterly that maybe he is too caught up in this bullshit. When the car slows near the road where Sahi is waiting, Tayon catches sight of her standing there, her figure small against the bright morning light, and for a second, disbelief flickers across his face because he cannot quite believe she came all this way to confront him. Sahi approaches him, her expression cold yet uncertain, and she demands that he return her luggage. But instead of answering her directly, Tayon only gestures toward the car, telling her to get in because he will take her to Seoul himself. She resists at first, saying that she still has some things left behind and that she needs her wallet too. But before she can argue further, he takes her wrist gently yet firmly and guides her into the car. Secretary Kim greets her politely as she settles, and Tayon quietly tells him to go, and the car begins to move. The air between them feels heavy and restless, and after a long pause, Sahi turns slightly, trying to avoid looking at him, and she asks if he does not have work to do. Tayon replies that he does, but says that he somehow finds himself with free time right now. She looks away, hiding her thoughts behind silence, when her phone suddenly rings. It is Mrs. Chun calling, her voice hurried and slightly anxious as she asks if Sahi has already left for her trip to Seoul because her room is empty. Sahi answers quietly that yes, her plans changed, and she asks if things at home are improving a little. Mrs. Chun sighs heavily, saying, "Of course not," and starts complaining about Hunji's family again, about how they had the audacity to borrow such a huge amount of money through a private loan, and how now the whole neighborhood is talking. She says she finally understands why they always looked so nervous whenever the topic of breaking off the engagement came up, because now it turns out they are drowning in a debt of 25 billion won, and she wonders miserably who is ever going to pay that off. While listening, Sahi feels her heart sink a little, because she can almost imagine the chaos back home. Mrs. Chun's exhausted sighs filling her ear as she says she does not know how long the mess will last, but that at least for today she can breathe a little easier since CEO Young Taeon is in Seoul for a meeting. At that moment, Tayon, sitting right next to her, reaches out his hand and gently brushes a small flower petal off her hair. The simple motion makes her freeze, her eyes widening slightly, and she looks at him while still holding the phone to her ear, though her thoughts scatter for a second. Mrs. Chun continues, saying that since both she and CEO Young will be there at the same time, she will keep it a secret for now so that no one stirs up gossip, and that she even told Cheoljun not to mention it either, just in case. She tells Sahi to act as if she knows nothing when she runs into him, completely unaware that he is sitting right beside her, holding her hand quietly as the car moves through the blooming streets. Sahi listens silently and then says okay in a low voice, trying to steady herself, and Mrs. Chun, sounding a bit lighter, suddenly changes the subject, saying that the flowers must all have bloomed by now and suggesting they go on a picnic when Sahi returns. Sahi answers that yes, they can go once she is back and that she will bring delicious food. After reaching Seoul, Sahi turns to Secretary Kim and politely asks him to drop her off at a hotel in Seoul. She names the S Hotel near Gangnam and Yangjae Station. Kim hesitates, glancing through the rearview mirror toward Tayon as if unsure what to do, and Sahi quickly adds that if it's too much trouble, they can just drop her off near the terminal instead. But before Kim can reply, Tayon cuts in calmly, saying that she should rest at the hotel he booked for her tonight before she leaves. His voice leaves no space for refusal, but Sahi still asks why she should, trying to sound composed even though she can sense the tension behind his calmness. Tayon looks at her and asks if she is not returning at night, and in that instant, it clicks for her. This trip to Seoul was not just a coincidence or work-related after all, and she realizes that this must have been his real reason for coming. She looks at him with a mix of disbelief and quiet frustration, while he asks if he should go to her hotel instead. Sahi stares at him and mutters that it does not seem like she even has a choice in any of this, her tone faintly bitter. Tayon's lips curve slightly at that, and as if to confirm what she already knows, he takes her hand and kisses it gently before saying that no, she does not. The car pulls up smoothly in front of a grand 5-star hotel, its glass doors gleaming under the city lights. Secretary Kim steps out first and turns toward Tayon, politely saying that he will take the luggage to his room ahead of them. Tayon nods lightly and replies, "All right." Then, turning to Sahi, he extends his hand and says softly that they should go in together. His fingers close around hers, firm yet warm, and she feels her face heat up instantly as they start walking toward the entrance, hand in hand. The moment they step into the lobby, the staff and attendants bow deeply, greeting Tayon with respect and polished smiles, their voices blending into the hum of luxury that fills the air. Sahi glances around, realizing once again what kind of person he is, a man who naturally commands attention, someone whose presence alone draws admiration and deference from everyone around. Standing beside him, she feels the weight of all those glances shifting to her as well, though she knows they are not looking at her with the same kind of awe. Their eyes measure her instead, curious and judging, and that thought makes her heart beat unevenly. Suddenly, Tayon slows down and looks back at her, his tone calm but gentle as he asks if he is walking too fast and whether he should slow down. She quickly shakes her head, replying no, but he only smiles faintly and tells her that she can tell him if she feels tired, adding that she is really good at getting angry with him anyway. For a moment, she has no answer, caught between irritation and embarrassment, before she finally says that he seems to have quite a skill for making her angry. His eyes light up with amusement as he looks at her and replies that it is nice to hear that. The elevator doors open with a soft chime, and the two step inside. As they ascend, the mirrored walls reflect the golden light around them, and Sahi keeps her gaze lowered, aware that he is still holding her hand. He asks when she needs to leave, and she replies that it will be soon. "Really?" he asks again, his tone slightly teasing. But before she can respond, the elevator stops at the 15th floor. The doors slide open and they walk down a quiet corridor until they reach a large suite. When Tayon opens the door, Sahi steps in and is momentarily stunned by the sight. The room is spacious and luxurious, with soft lighting, elegant furniture, and a wide window overlooking the city. She can hardly believe she is standing in a place like this. Tayon releases her hand and tells her calmly that he needs to unpack first since the luggage has arrived. He moves the bags closer and then turns to ask if she needs help sorting her things. She quickly replies that there is no need, saying she will handle it before she leaves. He simply nods and tells her to take her time arranging everything before coming out. Then, without another word, he steps out of the room, leaving her alone. The silence feels heavy after he leaves, and Sahi sits down on the floor, her cheeks still warm from earlier. She mutters to herself that nothing has even happened yet, wondering why she is so nervous over nothing. Since it is still daylight outside, she decides she can rest for a while before leaving. After arranging her clothes and calming herself down, she steps out into the living room. Tayon is seated on the sofa, relaxed and elegant, his eyes following her as she quietly sits down beside him. For a moment, neither of them speaks, and then he leans slightly toward her, poking her cheek playfully. Startled, she turns to him and asks what he is doing. He only smiles and asks casually whether there are many men among her alumni. She frowns slightly, but answers that there are only a few. He asks, "How many?" And she thinks for a moment before saying maybe 6. He nods thoughtfully and asks if all of them will be attending the gathering today. She looks at him, confused, and asks why he seems so curious about that. His smile deepens as he asks softly, "Out of those 6, how many of them ever confessed to you?" The question makes her freeze, and irritation flashes across her face. She stands up quickly, saying that she does not see why she should have to answer such a thing. But before she can walk away, he catches her hand, his grip gentle but firm, and asks quietly, "Was it 5? Or all of them?" Before she can protest, he pulls her closer, making her sit on his lap, and wraps his arms around her. The closeness makes her heart race, and she can feel the warmth of his breath near her ear. He murmurs that he does not think he can simply let her attend that gathering, his tone low and steady. Then, in one smooth motion, he tilts her face toward him, kissing her deeply, as the tension between them breaks into something heavier. The world outside seems to fade away as he pushes her gently down, his movements filled with both hesitation and hunger. Her thoughts blur, her body reacting before her mind can catch up. And soon, the quiet of the room is filled only with the faint sound of their breathing. The scene drifts away from the moment, leaving behind the faint trail of scattered clothes on the floor. It is almost 4 in the afternoon, the soft light of day slipping into the quiet room where Tayon and Sahi lie together in bed, their bodies wrapped in the lazy warmth of each other's arms. The sheets are tangled, their skin bare, and for a while, neither of them moves. Then Tayon, still half drowsy, murmurs that she said she had to leave soon. Sahi's voice is gentle as she answers that she will go, but not just yet. He draws her closer, holding her against his chest, as he tells her to rest a little before leaving, reminding her that there will be plenty of drinking tonight since it has been so long since she last met her classmates. He promises that once he finishes work, he will come pick her up and tells her to make sure she answers his calls. As she nods faintly, he presses a light kiss against her lips, whispering for her not to drink too much before finally letting her go. By evening, the streets glow with the golden light of neon and passing cars. Sahi walks slowly, her hair brushed by the cool breeze as she heads toward the restaurant where her friends have gathered. When she steps inside, a burst of laughter and chatter greets her, and one of her classmates calls out teasingly that she is late. Another jokingly asks if it is really her or her ghost walking in. She smiles awkwardly as she is told to hurry and sit down. Park Munjae, already flushed from alcohol, waves his glass and asks why she took so long to arrive. Sahi laughs nervously, asking in return how he has managed to get so drunk already. One of their classmates snickers and says she must not have heard from Juhwan. It is because of his girlfriend again. Sahi blinks, confused, asking what they mean. The friend sighs, explaining that Park and his girlfriend have been breaking up and getting back together constantly, but this time it might actually be serious. Park interrupts, muttering stubbornly that it might not be. Then the girl turns to Sahi, smiling warmly, and tells her that she should come around more often. Sahi apologizes softly, saying she is sorry for not reaching out for such a long time. The girl teases that she almost thought Sahi had become a Buddhist nun, adding that even monks check their phones these days. Sahi laughs, promising that she will check her messages more often from now on. The teasing continues as Park suddenly says he heard that both Sahi and Yujung are applying for Juhwan's study abroad program. Yujung nods and adds that Philip is applying too, which means 3 of them are competing for only 2 available spots. She leans towards Sahi playfully, declaring that they should team up to crush Philip so the 2 of them can go together. Philip, sitting nearby, complains that he can hear everything, and Yujung covers her ears dramatically, pretending not to listen as the group bursts into laughter. Moments later, Juhwan arrives, his face bright with energy as he greets everyone. Spotting Sahi, he complains jokingly that she should have told him she was already here. He asks if it was difficult for her to come all the way, and she shakes her head, replying that it was fine. He sits down beside her, looking curious as he asks whether she has thought any more about applying for the study abroad program and what she really thinks about it. Sahi lifts her glass, taking a sip of beer before saying quietly to herself that she has been thinking. It does seem like a good opportunity, but the thought of it only reminds her of Tayon. The memory of him clouds her mind and she scolds herself inwardly, thinking how pathetic she is for letting her feelings affect her decisions. When she finally answers Juhwan, she says simply that she does not think she will apply. Juhwan groans, frustrated but not surprised, saying he knew she would say that. He tells her that applying does not even guarantee selection and she should not take it so seriously. Even if she gets accepted and later decides not to go, her spot would just pass to someone else, so there is no harm in trying. He lifts his glass, suggesting she at least submit the application first. Reluctantly, Sahi clinks her glass against his, smiling faintly as she takes another sip. Across the table, Yujung teases Juhwan for showing favoritism towards Sahi, claiming he only encourages her because he likes her better. Before Sahi can respond, one of the classmates suddenly exclaims that it's young Tayon on the television. Her eyes widen instantly, her hand freezing midair as she turns toward the screen. The others watch in admiration as Tayon appears at the opening ceremony of a baseball event. Someone comments that it makes sense for the club's owner to attend such a major event, while another gushes that he is incredibly handsome and rich, saying he can afford to buy any player he wants, which is why his team has all the top athletes this season. Another classmate jokes that maybe he should buy their country's entire club, but someone else laughs, telling them to stop saying impossible things. Sahi sits silently, her thoughts spinning. Just a few hours ago, she was with him, lying beside him. But now, he seems worlds away, appearing on television like a distant star she can never reach. Her chest tightens as she realizes how vast the gap between their worlds truly is. But her reflection is interrupted when one of the guys mentions that he heard some bad rumors about the club, that a few players might have been involved in gambling. Another adds that there was even a post on the community forum claiming some of the players had connections with Jungmoon. Sahi freezes, her stomach twisting with unease as she whispers to herself in disbelief. Later that night, Taeyeon is seen with a man named Park, who calls out to him respectfully and asks if he can spare a few minutes because there is something important he needs to discuss. Taeyeon tells him to get in the car so they can talk while driving. As the car moves through the dark streets, we come to know that Taeyeon's grandfather, Chairman Jung, was the original owner of the professional baseball club Jungmoon Dragons, which later passed to his father, Jung Singyol. After his father's death, the club operated independently for a few years until Taeyeon took full control about 3 years ago. Then we see Taeyeon checking on a phone. Meanwhile, he remembers Park's words, who recently learned that 2 of the club's players were gambling with Mr. Taejun. He shows Taeyeon a phone, explaining that it belonged to one of the players, Woo Seonho, who was part of the gambling group. On that phone, there is a private social media account filled with posts about their activities, and all the evidence was once handed to Mr. Taejun. Park sighs, saying that he regrets reporting Taejun's embezzlement to the chairman back then, because he had only wanted to protect his juniors, but instead ended up putting his own position at risk. When the car stops at a red light, Taeyeon tells his driver, Kim, to look at the phone. On the screen is a photo, and Taeyeon asks if he recognizes the woman sitting on Woo Seonho's lap. Kim studies it for a moment before nodding uncertainly, saying that her face looks familiar. Taeyeon's eyes narrow slightly as he asks if the woman is related to the Jungmoon circle. Kim hesitates, then answers that she is the second granddaughter of the Yonghwadang household. At night, inside the Grand Yonghwadang building, Hyunggu looks tense as he faces Hunji. His voice trembles with disbelief when he asks if what he heard is true. Was she really engaged to another man before him? Did she truly break off that engagement so suddenly? Hunji stands still, not bothering to answer, and in her mind, she tells herself that she is simply tired of hearing the same questions again and again. She wonders why everyone is treating the broken engagement like a scandal. To her, it feels no different from ending a normal relationship, yet everyone behaves as though it is some grave betrayal. Hyungu's tone sharpens as he asks whether she deceived him, saying she had broken off an engagement just recently and now she is with him. Hunji stares at him quietly, thinking how foolish all of this is. If not for Woo Seonho, that wretched man, she would have been married to someone entirely different by now. But she remembers how she once loved him so deeply because in his presence she had felt like she truly mattered to someone for the first time in her life. Her thoughts drift back to her childhood, to the memories she usually tries to bury. A relative's voice echoes in her head. Someone once said that daughters often resemble their fathers, and she had been told she looked just like hers. Hunji and Sahi shared the same mother, yet they were always compared. In every room, it was Sahi who caught people's eyes, while Hunji faded quietly into the background. She was never her parents' first concern, and no matter what she did, attention always leaned toward her sister. But when she was with Woo Seonho, the world suddenly revolved around her. He made her feel seen, important, desired. And so, even when she sensed his flaws, she could not leave him. She remembers one heated night when he promised her that if she only lent him her family name, he would repay her twice as much. Caught in that moment, she had asked whether he truly loved her, telling him that she would trust him completely if he said yes. But that trust was the biggest mistake of her life, because in the end, he betrayed her. Snapping back to the present, Hunji steadies herself and thinks that at least she and her family agreed to tell others that it was her father's debt that brought them here tonight. Thanks to that excuse, they managed to earn their grandmother's sympathy. Once she had been used in the name of love, and now she is using that same word as her weapon to manipulate emotions in return. Looking straight at Hyungu, she tells him coldly that if he refuses to believe her, he can think whatever he wants. It makes no difference to her anymore. Her voice rises as she accuses him of listening only to other people's words and never trying to hear her side. What is the point of arguing if he has already decided what to believe? Disappointment fills her tone as she tells him that she expected more from him. Hyungu's face twists in anger as he asks how she can say such cruel things to him. Hunji snaps that he was never truly the man she chose. She had only agreed to be with him because of the fragile state of his father's company, and because she wanted to marry well enough to prove something to her grandmother, to show her she could live proudly and successfully. She confesses that she never loved him, that she only said yes to the engagement because she did not have the courage to end it. Then, when her father's debts came to light, fate pushed her toward another man entirely. Hyungu stares at her in shock, unable to process the sudden honesty in her words. Seeing his face, Hunji feels a strange mix of pity and exhaustion. She steps forward and wraps her arms around him, murmuring that she is losing her mind too. Her thoughts spiral inward as she remembers everything she has lost. 25 million won in debt, expulsion from the ballet troupe that was her lifelong dream, and the collapse of her engagement. She wonders if this is truly what her life has become, and she sighs bitterly, saying she will not accept this. Meanwhile, at a lively restaurant across town, Sahi and her friends are still gathered. Yujung, now quite drunk, grows nostalgic, laughing about their younger days when she and Sahi were both boy-crazy and full of silly dreams. She leans across the table and teasingly asks Sahi if she is seeing someone. Sahi blushes, saying no, because even in Seoul, there were hardly any decent men, so why would there be any back where she lives now? Yujung laughs loudly, slapping the table. Just then, Juhwan notices Sahi's phone vibrating and tells her someone keeps calling. Sahi checks it and smiles faintly before stepping outside to return the call. On the other end, Tayon's calm voice asks where she is and whether she has been drinking. When she answers lightly, he teases that she must be drunk since she sounds unusually casual. She laughs, pointing out that he is speaking casually too. He sighs, saying that it seems he really cannot leave her there alone. He asks for her exact location, saying he will come pick her up. Looking up at the cloudy night sky, Sahi murmurs that the stars are not visible from here, then tells him softly that she can manage to get home herself. His tone turns firm as he asks if she wants him to go crazy searching all over Gangnam for her. She replies that he would never do that. He challenges her, asking if she wants to test him, and she quickly tells him not to come inside. She promises that she will meet him outside if he calls. He reminds her that she missed several of his calls before, and she reassures him that this time she she will definitely answer. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung overhears the conversation and her eyes light up with excitement. She stands up, announcing loudly to everyone that Sahi is dating someone. Sahi's face turns red with embarrassment as Yoo-jung playfully accuses her of lying earlier. Then she begins to bombard Sahi with questions, but Sahi stammers, insisting that it's not what she thinks. They are not actually in a relationship. At that moment, Juhwan returns with food and Yoo-jung immediately tells him that Sahi is dating. His eyes widen in surprise as Sahi protests again that Tayon is not her boyfriend. Yoo-jung grins mischievously, asking if that means something is just going on between them. Sahi freezes, unable to answer. Then Yoo-jung suddenly looks toward the window and gasps, pointing outside at a sleek car parked by the curb. She laughs, asking if that is Sahi's boyfriend's car. The group turns to look, and Sahi stands abruptly, saying she will be leaving first. But before she can step away, a familiar voice whispers near her ear, asking softly where she is going. She stiffens as a hand rests gently on her shoulder, and when she turns, her heart skips a beat. The man standing behind her smiles politely and says, "It's nice to meet you. It is Jung Taeon." Yoo-jung excitedly tells Taeyon to sit beside her, amazed that it is really Jung Taeon, the man everyone has been curious about, and she teasingly asks if he is truly Yeon Sahi's boyfriend. Sahi immediately gets embarrassed and urges Taeyon to stop and leave, but Taeyon only smiles and calmly admits that it is true, which makes Sahi even more flustered. As she glares at him, she demands to know what he is trying to do, since everyone will surely get the wrong idea. Taeyon casually agrees, then glances around at his friends' reactions, amused by their expressions, and as he leans closer to Sahi, his voice drops low, telling her that when the time comes, she can just say they ended things. Sahi feels her heart skip and wonders why he is doing this, because although they agreed to be partners for just one night, his words and actions make it feel as if they are real lovers. Juhwan, sitting nearby, quietly watches them without a word, hiding his thoughts behind the rim of his glass as he drinks more than usual. As the night goes on, the group continues to chat and drink together, the table filled with laughter and clinking glasses. But there is a strange tension between Taeyon and Sahi that only they can feel. After a while, Taeyon steps outside for a smoke, his face calm as he lights a cigarette and exhales into the night air. Inside, Secretary Kim is busy helping Sahi's friends, who are too drunk to walk straight. Sahi, feeling a little responsible, approaches him and offers her help, though Kim assures her politely that everything is under control and that he will make sure her friends are escorted safely back. She thanks him sincerely and asks if Mr. Young is all right since he has already drunk 4 bottles of soju, but Kim just laughs lightly and says she should not worry because that much alcohol means nothing to Taeyon. When Taeyon finishes his cigarette and comes back inside, he calls out to Sahi in a casual tone, walking toward her and reaching for her hand as he quietly says it is time to go. Later, the two walk together down the quiet street outside, the cold air brushing against them. Taeyon glances at her and says it is strange because he thought she would be angry the moment she saw him. Sahi blushes and reminds him that he was the one who told her she could just say they broke up when the timing felt right, and she insists she is only following what he said so her friends would stop asking questions. Taeyon looks amused and tells her that the way she talks almost makes it sound as if she is planning to tell them they are really dating, which catches Sahi off guard, and she stammers that it might not be impossible. He suddenly bursts out laughing, his voice warm and teasing, which makes Sahi's cheeks burn with annoyance as she wonders why he is laughing like that when she was being serious. He simply nods with a mischievous smile, saying that he understands now and squeezes her hand a little tighter as if sealing a secret between them. They continue walking until they reach the hotel, their hands still linked, and the moment they step inside, something shifts between them. Without words, they move closer until their lips meet, and the kiss feels slow and deliberate, full of heat and confusion. Taeyon's mind drifts back to the pub earlier, recalling that there had been 6 men sitting at the table, and among them, every single one had looked at Yeon Sahi with quiet interest, 6 pairs of eyes that lingered a little too long. That thought makes his chest tighten as he deepens the kiss. When they finally pull apart, Sahi looks at him breathlessly and asks if he is all right and whether he might be drunk, but Taeyon only gives a smile and says that if he were really drunk, she would be lying helpless beneath him. Before Sahi can respond, he pulls her gently toward the bathroom, where the sound of water fills the air. The next morning, Sahi wakes up with the memory of last night still vivid in her mind, the sound of Tayon's voice saying her name echoing inside her head, and she cannot understand why he suddenly said it like that because it makes her heart flutter in a way she cannot control, though she tells herself it is strange and unnecessary. She tries to calm herself down, but before she can collect her thoughts, Tayon walks in, already composed and quietly asking if she is awake. And though she hesitates for a moment, she forces a steady voice and says she is going to wash up and then step out for a while because she wants to buy a delicious treat from Yonghwadang. Tayon smiles at her with that calm, teasing expression that always makes her uneasy, and he reminds her that Yonghwadang is far from Seoul, telling her she should just rest at the hotel instead because he will go and buy it himself, since he already has plans to go out anyway, and he adds that they will leave at 4 in the afternoon, so she should get some rest until then. Sahi blushes lightly and quickly shakes her head, insisting that there is no need to trouble himself since she can go by herself. But Tayon only looks at her with that faint smile and asks if that is so. Then without any warning, he takes her hand and steps closer, his voice dropping lower as he asks if she can even shower by herself. Her heart skips a beat as she looks up at him, asking if he does not need to leave since he said he had plans, but he replies that he still has enough time to help clean her up before he goes, his tone teasing yet deliberate, and when he says her name again, she looks away, telling him to stop saying her name like that because it feels strange. He asks her why, but before she can answer, he leans in and kisses her, gently but with a kind of certainty that makes her head spin, and as she falls back across the bed under him, he whispers that she seems to like it a lot, just like last night, calling her name again. Later, when the air between them finally settles, Tayon gives her a delicate silver anklet that glimmers faintly and tells her he picked it for her but is not sure if she will like it. Sahi stares at it for a long time before saying that he does not have to give her things like this and that he can take it back if he wants to, but Tayon only replies that it is a gift for her and if she does not like it, she can throw it away since she is good at doing that anyway, and his words sting quietly, even though he says them with a half smile. He then tells her to get ready and come out soon. When he leaves the room, she looks down at the anklet in her ankle and feels something heavy inside her chest, wondering why he chose something like this for her, because every time she looks at her ankle and sees the mark of her limp, she feels exposed, and the idea of wearing something that draws attention to it makes her uncomfortable. She hates that she feels conflicted after receiving a gift, that something simple can make her feel both happy and miserable at the same time. Soon after, Secretary Kim comes to inform her that he will bring the luggage down and tells her to take her time coming out. When Sahi steps outside, Tayon glances at her waist and she is wearing the anklet there. He smiles faintly as he takes her hand and murmurs that she sure knows how to act cute. But the moment he says it, he pulls her closer by the waist and kisses her again before they leave. The car ride feels quiet but heavy, filled with unspoken thoughts, and Sahi keeps wondering why it feels different now, because they are returning the same way they came. Yet something inside her feels altered, as if her feelings have shifted without her realizing it. When they reach near her stop, she tells Secretary Kim that he can drop her off around there since she prefers to walk to the entrance. But before Kim can agree, Tayon interjects and says to take them all the way to the front instead, his tone firm, though calm, and she cannot help thinking that maybe he, too, has changed in some way she cannot define. Then, she hesitates for a moment before lightly brushing her fingers against his hand, surprising him, and he looks at her with a brief smile that seems softer than usual. As they step out, he asks her what she did back then, because he feels like she has done something strange to him, but she looks confused and says she has not done anything at all, though her heart beats unevenly because she does not even understand what she is doing to herself anymore. He tells her that he will send her belongings through Secretary Kim tonight and that she should head inside first and sleep well. Before she can reply, he leans in, kisses her once more, and says he will get going now. She watches him leave and quietly wonders if he is not coming back tonight, her chest tightening in a way she cannot explain. Later, Tayon finally arrives home, and his mother remarks that he is quite late. It is late when Tayon arrives home, and his mother looks at him with clear disapproval, asking why he is so late. Kim, standing beside him, gets nervous the moment he sees her. Trying to ease the tension, he quickly hands her a paper bag, saying that they know she likes pastries from this bakery, so they brought some for her. He adds that it was the CEO's idea too, hoping to calm her down. She does not look convinced and replies coldly, as if she does not believe him at all. Tayon, sensing her irritation, asks quietly if she is still mad at him. She gives no answer, and the silence feels heavy. Then, turning to Kim, she says, "He always gets dumped, does not he?" Kim laughs awkwardly, denying it and saying, "Of course not." Tayon teases him back, saying if Kim were a lady, he would never let him go, making Kim laugh again and try to change the subject. His mother shakes her head, telling him that as a man, he would never understand how women truly feel. Then she asks Tayon if he is busy these days. He replies that the presentation is just around the corner, so there is a lot to prepare. She nods but insists that even with his busy schedule, he should still spend time with her. After all, she says, they are a mother and son who barely spend a day apart without missing each other. Then she tells him to come along so they can have a cup of tea together. Later that evening, Sahi sits in her room, scrolling through her class group messages on her phone. The conversation is about her supposed relationship, and she reads it quietly without reacting. After a moment, she puts the phone aside and sighs, thinking to herself that she does not even know what to say anymore. She guesses that one day, when the time feels right, she will have to tell them the truth, that they already broke up. She leans back and her thoughts drift to the memory of when Tayon gave her the anklet, and the image makes her blush faintly. Her gaze then falls on the mirror, and she remembers her friend once saying she looked really nice when she had bangs. It used to suit her, she recalls. Holding her hair in one hand and a pair of scissors in the other, she wonders softly if she should cut it again. Just then, she notices the spot on the wall where a picture used to hang. It is empty now. Distracted by the thought, she moves her hand without focus and accidentally snips her hair unevenly. She freezes for a moment, staring at the strands in her hand, and immediately feels regret washing over her. Now standing outside later, she mutters to herself that she is really screwed. She hopes no one is going to notice this mistake and sighs that she was definitely too distracted while cutting her hair. Trying to fix it somehow, she goes to meet Mrs. Chun. The older woman takes one look at her and gasps in surprise, asking if this kind of bangs is what's trending nowadays. Sahi feels embarrassed and admits that she cut it by accident. Mrs. Chun looks at her with disbelief and asks what she plans to do now, teasing her that she calls herself an art student but looks like this. Then she gestures for her to come closer, saying she will tidy her up properly. Sahi sits down quickly, asking her to please make her look good again. While Mrs. Chun begins to trim and even out her hair, they start talking. The older woman mentions the situation between Hunji and Hyunggu, saying that the grandmother has decided to pay off Hyunji's family debt for now. However, she adds, Hyunji's father will still have to work to repay her afterward. Mrs. Chun continues, saying that it also seems like the Saintess is planning to head to Seoul soon to request a favor from the Youngmoon chairman. After finishing the haircut, she turns Sahi's chair toward the mirror and tells her to take a look. Sahi blinks, surprised to see that the new haircut actually looks beautiful on her. She smiles softly and thanks her aunt sincerely. As Mrs. Chun tidies up the tools, she notices the bracelet on Sahi's wrist and asks about it. Sahi explains calmly that she picked it up while she was in Seoul, at some small booth in Gangnam. Mrs. Chun lets out a deep sigh of relief and says she got scared for a moment, thinking that CEO Jung might have given it to her. She adds that she is glad it is not the case. Sahi lowers her eyes quietly, her hands moving to remove the apron, but she does not say anything. Mrs. Chun, still talking, suddenly mentions that she heard something, that CEO Jung Taeon has a marriage meeting coming up soon. She adds that it is scheduled for the day after tomorrow and will be held right there. Sahi's eyes widen slightly, and she looks shocked at the sudden revelation, sitting still as the words slowly sink in. It is late at night, the sky glows with a full moon, and Sahi sits quietly on her bed, her eyes lost in thought. Mrs. Chun's words about Taeyon's marriage meeting echo in her mind, filling her chest with a dull ache. She wonders why she is so naive, why she keeps pretending not to know the truth when she has always known it would come to this. Her heart feels like the ocean. Waves rise and crash, pulling her down and then letting her float again. I'm fine, she tells herself silently. I'm holding myself together. But soon after, she feels herself breaking apart again, and then fine again, the same cycle repeating like a tide she cannot control. Suddenly, Taeyon appears in front of her, his presence breaking the silence. He looks at her and asks softly, "What happened?" Confused, she blinks and asks what he means. He points to her hair and says that she cut it. She touches her bangs with her fingers, realizing he noticed, and murmurs, "That's right," her cheeks turning pink. He smiles faintly and asks playfully if she got a boyfriend. She stares at him in surprise, asking what he's talking about. He shrugs lightly, saying he's just wondering what made her suddenly cut her bangs during the one night he was away. She turns her face aside, unable to respond, and says quietly that she does not need a reason to trim her hair. It was just a mistake. She trimmed it wrong. He nods slowly and says, "All right," then steps closer to her, his gaze gentle as he says it suits her. She turns toward him again, startled, her face growing warmer. He looks into her eyes and asks, "What?" as if he does not notice how flustered she is. Then, without hesitation, he reaches out, cups her face gently, and says, "She is pretty." His voice calm but sincere. She feels her heart twist as she tells herself that he gives her a kind smile, the same smile that makes the waves in her heart rise again. She does not want to let herself get carried away, not for someone who is not truly hers. He looks at her again and tells her to smile. She looks at him and says nothing, thinking she already knows this. She has always known this, but still, her feelings do not listen to reason. Some time passes and we see him holding his phone, looking at a photo of her. He smiles and says it turned out well. She looks at him in shock and asks how he could suddenly take a picture of her like that, demanding that he delete it. But he shakes his head and says he does not want to. She watches him, confused, wondering what meaning a photo like that could possibly have for him to hold onto it so tightly. Then, as the thought lingers, she suddenly remembers the picture that had disappeared from her wall. Realization dawns on her. He was the one who took it. Meanwhile, Tayon looks at the photo again and says with a small laugh that it's a shame. The picture could have been better if she had smiled. His voice is light, almost teasing, but it touches her somewhere deep. She thinks to herself that smiling used to come so easily, especially in photos back then, but now it feels almost impossible. Something inside her has changed, she realizes. Smiling is not simple anymore. Then he looks at her again and asks softly if she wants to try smiling once more. Sahi feels her heart twist, her insides turning upside down, as she tells herself that she is not fine at all. She lifts her hands and gently touches his face, wondering if she is the only one being swayed like this, or if he feels the same turmoil she does. He looks back at her, his eyes calm, and then he smiles, slipping his hand behind her to pull her closer. She blushes deeply, her breath uneven, and slowly rises on her toes, pressing a soft kiss on his cheek. He gazes at her for a moment and then asks if she rested well yesterday. She nods, replying quietly that she did. He smiles faintly and says, "That's good," and then leans in to kiss her lips. Her eyes flutter closed as his hand slides gently under her clothes, his touch warm and slow. She feels her heartbeat rise, and in that moment, she wants to ask what this night means to him, whether it means something more or if it's just another passing moment. But the words stay trapped inside her. They move to the bed, and he glances at it, saying they should probably change it soon. She breathes softly and replies that it's fine as it is. He smiles and asks, "Even if it breaks?" And she answers, "Yeah, even if it breaks." He wraps his arms around her and pulls her closer, the room filled only with the sound of their breathing. In the quiet between them, she thinks to herself that she hopes he is just as much of a mess as she is, that maybe in his heart he is breaking too. Tayon looks at Sahi with a quiet smile, his voice low as he tells her to touch him. She hesitates, embarrassed by his words, but before she can pull away, he takes her hand and guides it to his body. Her fingers tremble as they move against his skin, and her heart beats so fast that she can almost hear it in her ears. In that moment, she tells herself that on that very first night, when she let everything happen between them, she had already made up her mind. Whatever became of their relationship after that night would be something she would never ask about. Whenever she recalls the resolution she made back then, a faint sense of shame always follows. Yet she tells herself it does not matter anymore, because it is not something she can ever express openly again. He leans in closer and kisses her deeply, his body pressing against hers, his touch growing more desperate and heavy. She gasps as he moves, her body flinching at first, and she whispers for him to stop. But he looks at her, breathless, and asks softly if she really wants him to stop. She stares back at him, her voice weak as she answers no. He pulls her closer, telling her she cannot be tired already, since they are only just beginning. His words melt against her lips as he kisses her again, and she closes her eyes, surrendering to the moment. Inside her thoughts, she whispers to herself that even if they stay together like this, no matter how many sweet words they share or how many tender kisses they exchange, their relationship exists only in the moment. There is no promise beyond it, no future she can hold on to, yet she accepts it in silence. Outside, rain begins to fall, the sound soft but constant. The two of them lie in bed, their bodies wrapped around each other as the storm rumbles in the distance. Sahi stares at Tayon, who has fallen asleep beside her, his breathing calm and steady. Her fingers trace the line of his face as she thinks quietly to herself, wondering how the cherry blossoms along yesterday's path are faring in this rain. She wonders if, by tomorrow, they will be gone without a trace, scattered and washed away like her own uncertain feelings. She cups his cheek gently, and he stirs, opening his eyes to look at her. A sleepy smile crosses his face as he tells her to rest a little longer. Then he pulls her back into his arms, his warmth steady against her as she continues to think to herself that flowers are so fragile. After enduring a long season, they finally bloom in all their beauty, but are easily swept away by a single passing wind. It cannot be helped, she thinks, because flowers fall and seasons always change. She knows this truth too well. She has always known it. In her mind, she imagines a soft and distant scene. Cherry blossom petals fall gently to the ground like pale snow. In that vision, she sees Tayon standing beneath the blooming trees, smiling as if nothing has ever been broken between them. She sees herself standing there too, quietly saying goodbye to him as the petals drift down between them. And even though she knows the moment is fleeting, she whispers to herself that she still wants to stand beneath that scenery one more time, just once more, before it disappears completely. When morning comes, the rain has stopped and the air feels clean and cold. At 5:30, Tayon wakes up before her. He lies beside her for a while, just watching her sleep. The early sunlight touches her face, and a faint smile forms on his lips. He reaches out and gently brushes her hair away from her forehead, playing with a few strands between his fingers. When she starts to stir, he quietly stops, not wanting to wake her yet. He continues to look at her, his expression soft and unreadable, as if memorizing her face before he leaves. Hours pass, and by 11:30, Sahi finally wakes up. She opens her eyes slowly and looks to her side, finding the bed empty. For a moment, she just lies there, staring at the space where he had been. The silence feels heavier than before, and she says to herself that it cannot be helped. The flowers fall and the seasons change. Nothing can remain the same forever. Her hair messy and her eyes still half asleep, she feels something inside her settle, like a quiet decision she has been avoiding for too long. Only now, she realizes she has truly made up her mind. She picks up her phone, stares at the screen for a few seconds, and then calls Yujung. When her friend answers, Sahi speaks calmly, saying she has decided to give it a try, Juhwan's study abroad program. Her voice is steady, but deep inside, she feels both empty and free at the same time, like the last petal of a cherry blossom carried away by the wind. Yujung asks Sahi, does she really need to join the study abroad program since Jung Taeon is rich enough to ride private jets and be fine without it? Sahi keeps her voice low and steady and tells Yujung that they are not in that kind of relationship, that she already said so. Yujung pushes, sharp and teasing, asking whether Sahi is just casually seeing him, and the old worry on Sahi's face shows that this is not a simple yes or no. Sahi sits in the hall and answers plainly that Yujung already knows how things are with her leg, and that it is not only about the leg anyway, because after all, he is Jung Taeon. The name hangs between them like a fact and a worry at once. Yujung lashes back angrily that even if he is Jung Taeon, so what? Did he say it would not work because of Sahi's leg? Sahi shakes her head quickly, saying that it is not like that. The problem is that things will end soon, that their meetings will be short and temporary, and that is the painful truth she is trying to guard from Hope. Before the conversation goes further, Uncle Bang appears with a disappointed look on his face, and Sahi cuts the call quick, murmuring that if she can get to the interview, she will see Yujung later, and hangs up. Then she turns to face him, asking why he is there. He hesitates for a beat, then asks the thing people whisper, but rarely say aloud. It is true, right? She and CEO Jung? Sahi freezes, silence stretching, and she finally asks if he would believe her if she tried to deny it. Uncle Bang tells her he already had his suspicions and now they are confirmed, and his voice is soft but firm as he asks what she plans to do and whether anyone else knows. Sahi names Mrs. De Chun and Secretary Kim. He nods, then tells her he has a matchmaking meeting tomorrow. and she answers, almost reflexively, that it was never a serious relationship to begin with, because if it had been, she would have cried herself to sleep in her room. Her smile after that is quick and forced, and she asks Uncle Bang, lightening her voice, why he does not help her with the cleaning since he is already here. And he sighs but agrees and says, all right, let's do it. As they move through the rooms together, Uncle Bang asks about her bangs. Sahi shrugs and tells him it happened by accident. When he asks what she needs him to do there, she tells him to organize the gessoed boards and canvases, and as she lists the tasks, her mind drifts for a second to a small, almost private memory of Tayon pausing once to ask if she walks too fast, whether he should slow down. And she thinks to herself that it is not only young Tayon who can treat her like that anyone with good intentions would do the same tenderness, the same unsettling attention. They finish tidying one room, and Uncle Bang, suddenly tired, asks if she has any beer. She says yes and points him to her room, and as he opens drawers and wanders around, commenting that it has been a while since he has been there and why her room is so clean, Sahi flushes with a small secret thrill because she thinks of the frequent visitor. He spots a branded watch on the table and picks it up to look, and she blurts without thinking that he can have it if he likes. He laughs and says he would not. It would feel strange. He sits on her bed to rest, and before he can finish complaining about all the canvases and art clutter, the old bed gives a loud crack and collapses under his weight. Sahi scrambles and asks if he is all right while he stares at the broken slats in disbelief, and she feels a flash of regret because she had secretly worried it might happen. They laugh nervously together as he steadies himself, and that small, awkward bond brings out a human softness in both of them. Meanwhile, at Jung's annex, Taeyon's day keeps him busy and precise, and Secretary Kim reports that an edited version of the presentation has been uploaded to the drive and asks if he wants a break to go over it. Taeyon says no, the headquarters needs to clock in work, and he is not taking a break, but Kim hesitates with something heavier on his mind and finally says that there is something else he must report. The second granddaughter of the Yonghwadang household, the one who causes trouble, appears connected in the chairman's view, and before a formal investigation begins, Chairman Jung seems to have already pulled some strings so that Jung Taejun, who was implicated in embezzlement, receives some protection. Kim adds that Taejun must have had some hindsight and not handed over certain embezzled funds to another person, which raises eyebrow-curling questions. Taeyon listens, a faint smile touching his lips though the news puzzles him, and he wonders silently if this is all some devotion to Saintess Park or something more political. And he asks Kim if there were any calls from the Saintess Park side. Kim tells him that Park's presence was requested in Seoul. Taeyon's mind turns to strategy and to the old man's cunning, and he notes to himself that the chairman likely plans to use the confusion as leverage over Park Ji-soon. Kim presses on with another detail that unsettles the room. Someone at the chairman's secretary office says the second granddaughter has caused trouble before. 20 years ago, Park came to the chairman to borrow 5 billion won, Kim says, and at that time, the amount was enormous, roughly the price of a Gangnam apartment, which raised suspicions, and when Kim asked about it, he was told to stop prying, so the story faded into quiet caution. Taeyon frowns. 20 years ago, Hunji would have been a child, so the scale of that debt puzzles him, and the question of why Park needed so much money lingers like a shadow. The scene flips back to Hunji in a fury, slamming a phone call through clenched teeth, shouting insults into the receiver, calling the man a bastard for blocking her, then changing his number and now daring to call, and she calls him a gold digger with venom and threatens that she will kill him. The man on the other end tries to sound small and panicked, telling her he is already done for without her killing him, and he begs her to calm down. Hunji's anger turns to a raw demand. Between them, who is actually ruined, and how will he fix the mess he made of her life? And he replies helplessly that he is really sorry, but that he is about to end up in jail. Hunji goes quiet for a moment, the line full of static and fear, and asks what is he talking about now. The guy tells Hunji that Taejun Hyungnim has gambled away the money he stole from Jungmoon Constructions, and now they are all in trouble, regretting that they ever accepted the money while knowing Taejun will walk away unscathed as they take the blame, and he warns her that an article about the embezzlement will be released soon, leaving Hunji in quiet panic. Juhwan comes to meet her, and when she sees him, she hugs him tightly, because she knows she needs money and that this might be her only option before her grandmother finds out about everything. She feels desperate, yet relieved to see him, and softly says that she didn't think he would come, but he smiles and tells her that he promised to protect her, and in that moment, he proposes marriage to her. She becomes shocked and stares at him, her thoughts running wild because marriage alone cannot fix what she is facing, and she starts to wonder if his parents would ever accept her, knowing about her father's debt and her family's shame. Still, she tries to sound calm while asking him what would happen if his parents disapprove of her, and deep down, she knows she is not seeking love but reassurance, some sort of security to cling to in this chaos. Juhwan tells her not to worry about the elders' matters and assures her that he will convince his parents himself, and she nods while apologizing softly, thanking him for his kindness and pretending to be touched as she hugs him again, thinking to herself what a fool he is for believing her so easily. Later that day, Sahi looks at her bed quietly, thinking about how it was the same bed she had been using since elementary school, and how it had always been enough until now, but now it is broken, and even that small thing feels like another piece of her life falling apart. She murmurs to herself that she didn't think it would actually break, but before she can gather her thoughts, her phone rings. She answers, and it is Tayon asking what she is doing, saying he is thinking of stopping by for a bit. But before she can say much, he is already standing at her door. He tells her they will not be doing anything today and that he knows they went too far yesterday, calling her by her full name with that familiar calmness. But inside, Sahi feels sick and thinks she does not want to see him today, though she cannot quite explain why. They sit together outside for a while, and Tayon looks at her carefully, asking if she is hurting somewhere, and Sahi, tired and emotional, says yes, and that she feels very sick, telling him she just wants to rest alone. In her heart, she remembers that he has a matchmaking meeting tomorrow and wonders why she even let herself care in the first place. She stands up and says she is going back inside, but he suddenly holds her hand, looking at her with confusion as he asks what has caused this sudden change of heart when she had slept peacefully in his arms until daybreak. Sahi thinks bitterly that her heart and her feelings probably mean nothing to him, and she tells him they should go, but he continues to look at her and says she really does look unwell and insists on helping her, telling her that he will carry her to her bed. She protests and tells him no, but he ignores her, lifting her gently and holding her close while saying that he was wrong, so she should at least let him do this one thing for her. She becomes flustered, trying to stop him, but he notices the missing bed and asks what happened to it. She quickly replies that she got rid of it because it was old, but Tayon just smiles and cups her face, telling her that in situations like this, she should demand compensation rather than ask to be left alone. She hesitates and asks if he says that because her mistake seems serious, but he repeats her words playfully and says that since his mistake was serious, he will tell his people to send her a new bed. Sahi immediately refuses, saying he does not have to do that, and when he asks if she is worried they will be found out, she admits that she is and that she does not want that. He then takes out his card and gives it to her, saying she can go shopping with her family and buy what she wants, and he tells her not to return the card after buying just one thing, insisting that from now on she can use it however she wants and that there is no limit. As she looks at the card, she suddenly recalls a story she once heard about a politician who secretly bought an expensive apartment for his affair, and her stomach tightens with discomfort. Tayon tells her that he wishes he could take her around and buy her everything she desires, but she replies that she does not like crowded places, and he simply says he could make the place empty for her, which makes her wonder if he is truly any different from those kinds of men who think money can fix everything. Her chest fills with unease as she tells him to leave, feeling physically sick, and when she says she is tired, Tayon gently kisses her before telling her to rest. As soon as he leaves, Sahi sits in silence, feeling cold and distant, thinking she has no intention of becoming his hidden affair and that it is not too late to stop everything now, so she blocks his number and decides to return every gift he has given her. The next morning, the day of Young Taeyon's matchmaking meeting arrives, and she knows this is the end. After that, her uncle asks if she is really all right, and she says yes, telling him that it was nothing serious and that everything ended yesterday, though her voice trembles slightly. Just then, Taeyon's mother walks in and greets her uncle warmly, exclaiming that she is glad Sahi is here as well because there is something she needs to tell them. She turns to Sahi and with a polite smile asks if she is not busy and if she could help prepare and serve at today's matchmaking meeting. Later, standing at the door, Sahi steadies her breath before stepping inside, quietly announcing her presence as she begins to prepare the meal for the meeting. Sahi thinks that now everything seems to have fallen back into its rightful place, as if nothing had ever been out of order, and she convinces herself that being held and kissed by Tayon did not change who she is or where she stands, because after all, he is the man who might someday marry another woman, not her. She serves the meal to Tayon and the elegant woman sitting across from him, and when the woman looks at the table and says with a bright smile that everything looks so delicious and that she is feeling quite hungry, Sahi politely tells her to enjoy a lovely meal and starts to turn away. But before she can leave, Tayon stops her by calling out to her and asking her to come back and pour some water, and although his tone is calm, there is something deliberate about it, as if he wants to keep her there just a little longer. Sahi walks back quietly and refills the glasses while the woman, trying to appear relaxed, starts speaking about how she has been nervous all day, saying that her mother had advised her not to do anything embarrassing, but that she cannot help herself because meeting her first love again has made her anxious. Her words hang in the air for a moment, and Sahi freezes as she hears the phrase first love, and when she looks at Tayon, she notices that he is smiling faintly, not denying or correcting the woman. The woman continues with a laugh, saying that perhaps such words are inappropriate for a matchmaking date, but that it is fine since she has already gone through her third love by now, and she tries to play off her embarrassment with lightheartedness. Tayon gently responds, telling her that honesty is a good thing, and the woman quickly adds that it was not serious anyway, that it had been just casual dating, nothing meaningful. As Sahi listens, she feels something inside her tightening, though her expression remains composed as she quietly excuses herself. When she steps outside, Tayon's mother appears and warmly thanks her for her hard work, saying that she must be tired, and Sahi politely replies that it was nothing. The older woman then says that she hopes she is not keeping a busy person from her duties, and Sahi, holding back her unease, only replies that she will be going now. As she walks away, her thoughts become heavy and bitter because she finally realizes what kind of foolish fantasy she had been caught up in all this time, believing that Tayon's kindness or smile had meant something personal. She now understands that people like him and his family belong to a world that can so easily command others, and that the warmth she mistook for affection was simply politeness from someone above her station. The smile she once thought was meant for her is now being offered to another woman, one who suits him better, and Sahi quietly tells herself that she no longer wants to see him again. Inside the dining room, the woman keeps chatting comfortably with Tayon, mentioning that she had been a little worried before meeting him because her older cousin Hunji had gone to the same university and had warned her, saying that Tayon used to boss around every girl he dated and acted self-righteous afterward. She laughs lightly, saying that her cousin had been trying to scare her for no reason, because from what she can see, Tayon seems kind and chivalrous. Tayon, however, does not react much, only reminding her that the food is getting cold and suggesting they eat first. But his mind is elsewhere, because he catches sight of Sahi without once looking his way, and it stings him more than he wants to admit. He thinks about how she had blocked him completely, as if to declare that everything between them was over, and how no matter how much he tried to find her, she had simply vanished. Yet now, seeing her again like this, he realizes that it must have been his mother's doing, arranging for Sahi to serve during this matchmaking meeting. Just before the meal, he had overheard that she had been asked to host the lunch, and it had been then that he understood what kind of cruel coincidence this day had become. While he is eating, his phone vibrates with a message from Secretary Kim, saying that Sahi has returned. Meanwhile, at the annex, Sahi runs into Secretary Kim and looks surprised to see him waiting. Kim politely explains that Mr. Jung had been there earlier and had waited for a while before leaving, and that he had asked her to call him when she returned. Sahi hesitates and says that she just saw him a moment ago, and when Kim looks confused, she tells him to wait and disappears into her room for a moment. When she returns, she is holding a shopping bag, which she hands to Kim, saying that it contains the gifts Tayon had given her and that she would like him to return them. Kim tries to speak, perhaps to ask if she is sure, but Sahi cuts him off, saying that he may leave now. As Kim leaves, Sahi stands alone in her room, looking at the empty space where the bag had been, and she whispers to herself that it is fine because it is truly over this time. but as the silence deepens, her composure cracks and tears start falling down her face. She sits down, covering her mouth with her hand, thinking how she should not have been so prideful and how she should have just let herself be easy to read instead of pretending not to care. She regrets smiling like it didn't matter because now her feelings are too heavy to ignore, and she realizes that by acting indifferent, she made her love look meaningless. At that same moment, Secretary Kim returns to Tayon and reports that Ms. Sahi asked him to give this shopping bag to him. Tayon looks at the bag in surprise, recognizing that it holds the things he once gave her, and he cannot help but smile faintly, though the smile carries a trace of pain. He calls Kim again to confirm that she has gone back to her room, and when Kim replies yes, Tayon tries to call her, but her phone is unavailable. He tells Kim to leave the bag in his room and quietly says that there are some things he needs to take care of first, though even he is not certain what exactly those things are. Late in the evening, Tayon stands by the curb saying, "Take care to the girl," as she is about to get into her car. Before opening the door, she turns to him and asks if she may ask something. She wonders if he only dates older women. Tayon pauses for a second and a thought crosses his mind. If Sahi had asked the same question, he would have answered that she is just curious about that kind of thing. But instead of saying that, he simply smiles faintly and replies that he is not sure, that he does not really remember. The girl looks confused at his vague response and reminds him that he seemed bored earlier as well. Tayon assures her politely that he had fun, his tone steady and calm. The girl relaxes slightly and says if that is true, then perhaps they can see each other once more before she leaves the country. Tayon gives her another small smile and replies that he truly did have fun and tells her to please have a safe trip back and study diligently when she goes abroad. He never actually agrees to meet her again. The girl hesitates, her voice a little softer now, asking if she said or did something wrong. Tayon shakes his head, answering no, not at all, and turns as if to leave. But she quickly stops him, saying she wants to talk with him a little longer. Tayon stops walking, looks at her for a moment, and says that the next time she goes on a matchmaking meeting, she should make sure she falls in love first. She stares at him, wide-eyed and shocked, asking how he could possibly know about that. Tayon gives her a polite, distant smile and says it was nice to meet her, and with that, he leaves. A short while later, he stands in front of his mother, who greets him coldly and asks if he sent the girl off. He answers yes. She nods and tells him good work, then adds that the girl was cute, pretty, and kind, was not she? Tayon replies flatly that she seemed like it. His mother frowns at his tone and asks if that is supposed to be a sincere reaction. He answers no, it is not, and before she can scold him further, he says that he is going inside. He apologizes briefly as he walks away, saying that because of her bad temper, more than 20 employees are still waiting and cannot clock out yet. His mother's expression hardens with anger. She admits to herself that yes, she is annoyed. Her irritation deepens as she recalls the moment one of her staff informed her that the CEO had gone to a hotel with some girl, and after confirming it, she learned that the girl was the eldest granddaughter of the Yonghwadang family. What bothers her is not the rumor itself, but the fact that her son has always been the type to get whatever he wants, no matter what stands in his way. Since she cannot stop him directly, she decides that she should at least stop the girl. That same night, in another quiet part of the house, Sahi steps into the corridor and notices a small snack box placed neatly near her door. She looks at it and thinks it must have been left there by Mrs. Chun or Uncle Bang. From the time she was young, whenever she was hungry or troubled, they would look after her in such thoughtful ways. She sits down quietly and begins eating, tears suddenly filling her eyes as she realizes that it is not something so big that it should make them worry for her this much. She wipes her tears and whispers to herself that she always knew he was just a guest, someone who would eventually leave. Since they both agreed to bury it, let it stay buried, she tells herself. Since they agreed to move on, then move on. Let everything pass quietly like this. After finishing her snack, she stands up, ready to return to her room, when she suddenly hears her name called. She freezes in confusion and looks up. It is Tayon. She stares at him, startled, and asks what he is doing here. He replies calmly that he just got back through Secretary Kim and wants to talk. She tells him coldly that she has nothing to say to him. If he came here to spend the night, he is in the wrong place and should leave. Tayon steps closer and says that he came after turning her down. If he had known he was going to have a matchmaking meeting today, he would have told her beforehand. He understands that she is angry, but suddenly telling him to leave puts him in a difficult position too. Sahi looks away and asks what difference it makes even if he does that. What is going to change? Tayon asks her what she means by that. What exactly is not going to change? She turns to him sharply and says that she is just going to go on another blind date, and he will be getting married soon anyway. From the start, they both agreed to stay like this only until then. If his plan is to keep playing with her until his marriage, then that is not going to happen. Tayon looks at her for a long second, then suddenly smiles faintly and says, "So that is the problem." He grabs her hand gently but firmly and tells her to come with him. He will take her to meet his mother right now. Sahi's eyes widen and she becomes furious, pulling her hand back, shouting at him to let her go and asking what he thinks he is doing. Tayon says, "Isn't this what she wants?" He tells her to come, that he will do it, that they can just go together and talk to his mother, who is probably still awake. Sahi yells at him again, telling him to stop it, and he keeps saying that they just need to talk, and then it will all be over. She looks at him in disbelief and asks if he has gone crazy. She asks if he really thinks she is in her right mind for going there because his mother called her. Tayon asks how she could possibly turn down his mother's request. Sahi looks at him stunned, thinking how dare he ask her that. Then she tells him that it is no different than when he told her to pour him water or the time he asked her to pick up his golf ball. Nothing has changed at all. To him, she says she is still just a servant living here. Tayon stares at her, then grabs her face gently and pulls her into a hug. But Sahi's voice shakes as she says that since he thinks of her that way, how could she ever say no to his mother? Tayon tightens his hold and says that he is going to introduce her to his mother. Sahi pushes him back and tells him to just leave, to go date, get married, do whatever he wants. Tayon looks at her and asks where she expects him to go. She answers coldly, "Go on more matchmaking dates with all those women and marry one of them." But Tayon shakes his head, his voice firm this time, and tells her that he will not. He says he will not do that, so she should look at him. Then, in a quiet but steady tone, he tells her that he has never, ever thought of her that way. He looks at her and calmly says that when he asked her to pour him some water, it was never because he thought of her as a servant, but because he was angry that she had cut off ties with him and disappeared. She immediately calls him a liar, but he only chuckles and reaches out to pinch her cheek, teasing that she is terrible at cleaning, so how could anyone ever mistake her for a servant? He adds that every time she comes near him, something always stirs him up, and he wonders aloud if she even realizes how much she affects him. She can see the serious look in his eyes as he reminds her that she knew he was interested in her from the beginning, so why did she act as if she had no idea? The golf ball incident, he admits, was just him trying to get her attention, trying to make her look his way, even if just for a second. She scoffs, telling him not to be ridiculous, insisting that all of it was meaningless teasing. But he continues with a low, amused tone, saying that if she does not believe him, he can even kneel before her right now to prove it. His words catch her completely off guard. Before she can respond, he pulls her into his arms. She tries to steady her breathing and tells him that she does not want to misunderstand again, that she does not want to believe she means something special to him when it could all be just a passing feeling. For a moment, he says nothing, struck silent by her words. In his thoughts, he admits that people often call him controlling or prideful, yet she is the only one who looks at his actions and calls them special. He finally speaks, saying softly that it is not a misunderstanding. How could it be? Every time he looks at her, he feels that she is different from anyone else. Then he leans closer and kisses her, and to his surprise, he feels tears falling from her eyes. He asks her why she is crying and if she truly thinks she means nothing to him. He tells her that if she were truly nothing, he would never come to comfort her, because that would be madness. Holding her tightly, he whispers that she is special. He kisses her hand and murmurs that she is stubborn, headstrong, and endlessly beautiful. She blushes, feeling his words sink deep into her heart as he embraces her again. The room grows quiet, the air heavy with emotions neither of them fully knows how to handle. Sahi begins to feel breathless, her thoughts a swirl of confusion. She pushes lightly against his chest, asking him to wait. Then, in a trembling voice, she asks what they are doing, if they are becoming intimate again. He presses his lips against her neck and reminds her that she is the one who said she wouldn't do anything with him except share moments like these, that she is the one who avoids his calls during the day, and the one who insisted she wanted to be close to him just once. His voice is both teasing and sad, questioning if she regrets it now. She looks up at him, asking how anyone could bear to hear words like that, but he only smiles, that same mischievous, almost defiant smile, and asks what they should do from now on. Should they start going on dates like an ordinary couple? His tone makes her furious, and she snaps back, asking if he is making fun of her again. Instead of answering, he lifts her effortlessly and says with quiet seriousness that he does not sound like he is joking. He tells her there are so many things he wants to do with her. Her face turns red, her eyes lowering as she asks if he really means that, if he truly chooses her. He lays her down gently on the bed and says yes, he does. She asks hesitantly if that means he won't go on those matchmaking dates anymore. He laughs softly and replies that he won't. How could he possibly go meet someone else when she gets this upset over the thought of it? As he speaks, he slips his hand under her shirt and murmurs that he had thought she was angry and ignoring him. But all this time, she was just holding back and making him worry. She smiles faintly and says she will unblock him now. He grins and tells her he would appreciate that, and that she should also answer all of his calls from now on. He teases that if she really hated him as much as she says, she should have made a bigger scene earlier. She sighs and admits she has no right to make demands like that. He kisses her again and says this won't do. From now on, whenever she feels unsure or wants to decide something, she needs to come to him first. She should stop making assumptions on her own. His tone softens as he adds that tonight they can be close, and tomorrow they will go on a proper date. She lets out a small laugh and asks where they would even go. He replies that it does not matter. They can go anywhere she wants, even to his place if she feels comfortable. She blushes again, but before she can speak, his touch grows more tender and she becomes lost in the moment. Her heartbeat races, and though she feels nervous that someone might find out, she reaches for him and whispers that he should take off his clothes too. Tayon looks at her with a calm but teasing smile, his voice low and steady as he tells her to touch him again. Sahi's cheeks flush a deep red, her hand trembling as she hesitates, yet she does as he guides her. He praises her softly, telling her that she is doing well and should not stop now. Embarrassed, she shakes her head, saying she cannot continue like this, but he only asks why, his tone gentle and persistent, reminding her that she is doing perfectly fine. He draws her closer, murmuring near her ear that she is so good at it that it almost frightens him and she should simply keep going. His words are both teasing and sincere, and though she hesitates, her hand follows his rhythm again. Her face grows hotter, her breath uneven, yet she cannot bring herself to stop. He continues to guide her, telling her to hold tighter and move a little faster, his breath catching slightly as he speaks. When he touches her lips, asking her to open her mouth, she looks startled, unsure what he means. Before she can speak, his finger brushes against her lips, and then his kiss replaces the words. As their breaths mix, Sahi wonders why he always kisses her everywhere, but her lips at first, her neck, her shoulder, her cheek, leaving her with a strange, restless feeling. His touch feels unfamiliar and overwhelming, making her lose herself in the closeness that surrounds them. He looks at her with quiet warmth, telling her she looks beautiful, then pulls her close again. The sound of rain outside fades into the distance until only their quiet breaths fill the air, and time seems to stop between them. Morning arrives quietly. In another part of the house, Tayon's mother sits in her room speaking over the phone. The person on the other end tells her that the conversation between their Tayon and Jisoo did not go very well, and that it is unfortunate but cannot be helped. She replies politely, saying it is indeed a shame, but the moment the call ends, the pleasant expression on her face disappears, replaced by silent anger. She clenches the phone tightly in her hand, muttering to herself that, in the end, Tayon still ruined everything. Forcing a smile, she whispers a farewell out of habit, but as soon as she sets the phone down, her tone hardens. She reminds herself bitterly that he promised to agree to the family's decision, to marry someone they chose for him. So why did he suddenly change his mind? Then, as the realization sinks in, she murmurs that only one thing has changed between then and now, Sahi. Meanwhile, in Sahi's small room, the morning light filters softly through the curtains. She sits up, wrapping the blanket around her, and tells Tayon that it is already morning and they should get going before Madam notices. But Tayon only smiles and pulls her close again, kissing her as he tells her that he is doing this on purpose so they will get caught. His words are light, yet she feels a nervous flutter in her chest, knowing how dangerous his carelessness could be. At that very moment, his mother sits in the main house, her thoughts filled with anger. She tells herself this situation has gone too far. She had planned not to interfere, but her son clearly does not realize the importance of the opportunity he is about to destroy. This marriage was meant to be a stepping stone for him, a path to a stronger future for their family. Yet he is throwing it away over something as small and simple as a fleeting attachment. Her patience runs out. She stands abruptly and walks to the annex where Tayon stays, calling out his name as she approaches. Her voice echoes sharply down the hall as she mutters under her breath that she has no choice but to step in as his mother. When she opens the door, she freezes. The room is empty. For a moment she stands still, disbelief clouding her face. Then her expression twists in fury. She whispers that he must have gone to comfort that girl again, and slams the door shut. Without wasting another moment, she storms through the corridor toward the main building, where the elderly grandmother is resting. She calls for her, demanding to know where the girl is. The grandmother looks surprised and a little alarmed at her tone, asking what brings her here so early. But Tayon's mother ignores the question entirely, asking sharply if Sahi is at the employee quarters. The grandmother hesitates and replies that Sahi is not there, that she is staying in the small guest wing. The mother's voice grows sharp as she asks if she is alone. The grandmother, looking uneasy, explains that the place is old and quite far away. But before she can say more, the mother cuts her off impatiently, repeating that she asked if the girl is alone. The silence that follows gives her the answer she needs. Her jaw tightens as she mutters to herself that this is exactly what she was afraid of. Then she straightens and tells the grandmother to lead the way, saying she needs to confirm something for herself. They walk together through the long, dimly lit hallway toward the guest wing, the sound of their footsteps echoing faintly in the quiet. The air feels heavy, filled with tension and unspoken dread. As they approach the door of Sahi's room, faint sounds drift out, muffled voices and quiet movement. The older woman stops suddenly, realization striking her like a blow. Tayon's mother stands there, her face turning pale with shock and then deep with fury. Her breathing quickens, and her hands curl into fists as anger floods through her. The grandmother looks horrified, about to say something to calm her, but the mother cuts her off before she can speak, her voice low and sharp with warning. She tells the grandmother not to say a word, not even to breathe a sound, or she will tear the door open herself. The tension between them grows thick and unbearable. Warm steam fills the small bathroom as Tayon stands close to Sahi under the shower, the water sliding down their skin, while he gently asks her if it feels too hot, and she quietly answers that it's okay. He wraps his arms around her from behind, telling her it's done now and that she can close her eyes, and when she does, she feels her heartbeat, which had been racing moments ago, finally begin to calm. There is something soothing in the way he holds her, as if all the confusion and distance between them has been washed away with the water, leaving only quiet warmth. Later, when she wakes up, she realizes they have already come out of the shower and are now sitting, with Tayon drying her hair carefully. She asks when they came out, thinking she must have fallen asleep without noticing, and he smiles softly, telling her that it was just a while ago and that her hair is nearly dry now. He pulls her gently closer and tells her to hug him, and she hesitates for a second before feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat against her. Something in her eyes turns tender as she looks up at him and asks quietly if he is really okay. And when he seems confused, she explains that she means if he is okay being with her, someone like her. Tayon tilts his head, amused by the question, and asks her why she is saying such a thing. She lowers her gaze and admits that she feels lame, that she does not have money, and that she can't offer him anything compared to the people in his world. He chuckles softly and says that yes, she is lame, but then he smiles wider and tells her that sometimes she has the strange talent of making him laugh with such honesty, that she is beautiful and kind and unexpectedly cute. He leans forward to kiss her forehead, surprising her, and pulls her into another embrace. He tells her that she is good at what she does, that she is an artist who is admired and known, yet still humble. and that it's one of the things he likes about her. When he calls her name, his voice sounds unusually gentle, and she answers, looking up at him as he tells her to come with him to Seoul, promising that he will not let her be lonely there. The words leave her silent and blushing as her heart races again, this time not out of fear but from something warm and fragile. She stares at his face for a long moment, and as if wanting to preserve it forever, she thinks that maybe from now on she will draw him like this, in this exact moment, before she reaches out, holds his face in her hands, and kisses him softly. After some time, as they lie together, Tayon tells her that he will leave his card with her and that when she has time, she should go to a furniture store and buy a proper bed. But Sahi shakes her head and points at the small anklet resting lightly against her waist, saying that she is fine with just this and that he can keep the card. He insists that she shouldn't be stubborn, but she explains gently that she isn't. She just does not see the point in buying a bed now, since she is planning to go to Seoul soon anyway. His eyes widen in surprise at her words, and he asks if she has already thought that far ahead. And then, his expression softening, he wonders aloud where would be a good place for her to stay, and asks her to tell him somewhere comfortable. She hesitates, saying that there's still time and that it can wait, and he looks at her quietly before asking if it feels burdensome to her. She admits that it does, and he nods, saying that in that case, she can stay at his house for a while, that it's fine, and that they still have about a week left so she can think about it slowly. He kisses her face tenderly and tells her to rest more, saying he'll contact her later and that she should sleep while she still can. After that, Tayon's mother is outside and finds him already awake and sitting in the living room, and with concern in her voice, she says that she had been speaking with Madame Hanseong, who mentioned that things did not go well between Tayon and her daughter. She asks if something happened when he saw the woman off, and Tayon replies calmly that he already told her before, he hates childs. His mother, clearly frustrated, raises her voice and reminds him that Jisoo is only a year younger than him and that he ruined a perfect arrangement over something so trivial. She sighs heavily, asking what she is supposed to do with him, and Tayon only looks away, saying quietly that she already knows the answer. The argument drains the strength from her, and she finally mutters that she is tired and should go rest, but in her thoughts, she admits that her son has always been like this, stubborn and unwilling to give up on what he truly wants. As she turns to leave, she pauses and asks him to give her some time with that kid, referring to Sahi, thinking that she needs a little time to understand this girl who has captured her son's attention. She tells him that when they go to Seoul, they will talk about it again, and she quietly adds that he too will need some time to separate himself from what she believes to be a passing phase. Meanwhile, Sahi is lying alone in her room, her phone glowing faintly in her hands as she types out a message to Tayon. She thinks about how she has never once thought of him in the way others might think she does, not as someone unreachable or superior, but simply as the person she likes. And yet, the thought of getting closer to him still makes her uncertain, as if one wrong step might break the fragile bond between them. After a moment's hesitation, she opens his contact and edits it quietly, changing it from CEO Tayon to just his name, and she stares at the screen for a while, smiling faintly to herself. Sahi asks Tayon on text if they could have dinner together tomorrow instead, since she already has plans with other people today, and he immediately reminds her that he had asked her first. She laughs softly, trying to sound casual, and calls him to explain that every year around this time, she usually goes on a picnic with her uncle and Mrs. Do Jun, but she had kept postponing it again and again, and now she can't delay it anymore. Tayon asks if that is the reason she agreed to them so quickly, and she apologizes, but her tone makes him laugh. When she asks what he's laughing at, he tells her it's nice to hear her trying to make excuses, and that it's fine because they have plenty of time anyway. She smiles and says then, dinner tomorrow, and he asks if nighttime is fine. She looks down at the anklet resting on her waist and quietly says yes, and he tells her to send him pictures of all the fun she'll be having. She promises she will, and he ends the call, telling her to enjoy herself. After that, Secretary Kim comes to meet him and asks if he has decided what to do about dinner, but Tayon just says that he'll eat with his mother. Kim hesitates and tells him that his mother already said she won't be having dinner, and Tayon, surprised, asks if she skipped lunch too. When Kim nods, he sighs and mutters that even at this age, he still has to tolerate his mother's hunger strikes, wondering to himself what she is thinking about this time. Finally, he waves Kim off and says that he'll see his mother after he finishes eating. Meanwhile, as the evening sky begins to turn a soft shade of gold, Sahi hears someone calling her name from outside and walks out to find her uncle and Mrs. Chun standing by the gate. Watching them, she asks why they came all the way here, and her uncle scratches his head while Mrs. Chun steps forward, smiling, and says that everything is ready and they should get going now before it gets dark. She urges Sahi to put on her shoes quickly, and Sahi can't help but laugh as she agrees and joins them. Soon, the three of them are walking together, carrying bags of food and drinks, heading toward the small riverside park, where the cherry trees still hold a few stubborn petals despite the spring rain. When they lay out the picnic mat and unpack the food, Sahi looks around and says in wonder that she thought the spring rain had swept away all the blossoms, but some petals have managed to hang on, and the sight makes her strangely happy. Her uncle, noticing her staring at the scenery, teases her, but she just smiles and takes out her phone, snapping a picture of the food spread in front of her, the drinks, and the sky beyond. Her uncle asks what she is doing, saying he's never seen her take pictures like that before, and Mrs. Chun laughs, telling him to let the young lady do what she wants. She turns to Sahi and says that there's nothing more a young woman with a good job could need here, that she should go to Seoul, have fun, live her life freely, and come back whenever she misses them. Her uncle grumbles that she is really doing things her own way, asking if she even has enough money to live there, and Sahi nods, saying that she has saved enough for a studio apartment deposit. He snorts, saying that Yonghwadang is a much better place to live than some cramped apartment in Seoul, wondering what's so great about that city, but then adds that he'll help her out with some money anyway since he can at least do that much for her. Sahi watches him affectionately, smiling at the way he tries to sound strict but always ends up being soft-hearted, and she thinks about how that person once referred to these two as her family. And maybe they truly are her only real family. Mrs. Chun asks again if she really has enough money, and when Sahi reassures her that she does, Mrs. Chun nods and tells her then to stop sending money for her granddaughter's hospital bills, saying that from now on she should focus on herself. She explains that her own salary was raised by the Saintess this year, that little Hanwol has improved greatly since her last surgery, and that future treatments won't be too costly anymore. She says that she is the one who should stop being indebted to Sahi, not the other way around. Sahi reaches for her hand and holds it tightly, saying that even so, if she ever needs money again, she should let her know and that she'll start saving little by little too. Mrs. Chun squeezes her hand and smiles, saying that it's such a nice day that they shouldn't talk about sad things anymore and should just eat. Her uncle claps his hands and declares that he's right, that their household needs to drink until they're completely smashed, and laughter bursts out between them as they start eating and drinking together, sharing old stories and teasing one another. The air is filled with the scent of grass and food and the sound of wind brushing against the trees. Sahi thinks quietly to herself, repeating her uncle's words in her head, our household, our family, and feels a soft warmth spreading in her chest. She thinks about Tayon and realizes that she will tell them about him later, when the time is right, because for now, she just wants to enjoy this rare moment of peace with the people who have always been there for her. Later that evening, as the sun sets, Tayon arrives to find her. They both are hugging each other tightly. He asks if she is drunk and she smiles faintly, admitting that just a little. Tayon can tell that Sahi is drunk, so he assumes she came out to sober up. But she reminds him that she had told him earlier she was leaving for Seoul that day. He says her family must be sad about it, but she admits she couldn't tell them about him, and he realizes she wants to keep their relationship quiet for now. She explains that she can't follow him to Seoul yet because there are still things she needs to take care of where she lives, and she had planned to tell her family about him later. Then she suddenly remembers something, reaches into her hand, and holds out a small cherry blossom petal she had caught earlier, blushing as she gives it to him. The moment feels strangely nostalgic to her because she recalls something Mrs. Cheon told her when she was young about catching a falling cherry blossom. Tayon smiles and accepts the petal with gentle amusement, but as he does, he also remembers his own words from the past, that if you catch a falling cherry blossom, your love will come true. He softly pulls her closer and presses a kiss on her forehead, and for a quiet moment, neither of them says anything more. When they go back inside, Tayon sits on the bed holding Sahi close, but she shifts slightly and says it feels uncomfortable. He asks if she's sobered up a little, and she answers that she has, just a bit. Tayon teases her for getting this drunk, saying she never even drank that much when meeting old classmates, and she laughs softly, but explains that she just wanted to drink with everyone before she leaves, because once she moves to Seoul, she won't be able to visit often. Tayon tells her she can always come down from time to time, or even invite him to Seoul, but she says it's too far, and that once she starts working, she'll be busy. When he asks what job she is talking about, she admits she hasn't decided yet but needs to earn money for rent. Tayon looks at her suspiciously and jokes that maybe she has signed a scam contract because someone like her shouldn't have to live in a rental place, and he wouldn't be surprised if she secretly owned a house in Seoul. She laughs at his assumption but explains that she does get paid, it's just that she has a lot of expenses, and lately, all she has done is spend her days drawing here. When Tayon asks what kind of expenses she means, Sahi hesitates for a long moment before telling him that Mrs. Cheon's granddaughter has been sick for years, with several major surgeries and constant hospitalizations, and that she has been helping to pay for her treatments. Tayon is shocked and asks if she is really the one paying all the hospital bills, and she quietly admits that she might be paying most of them. He becomes frustrated and tells her she is being foolish for spending so much money on someone who isn't even her family, especially since it's not for Mrs. Cheon herself, but for her granddaughter. Hearing that, Sahi's expression changes. She looks hurt and upset as she tells him not to talk like that when he does not know the whole story. When Tayon challenges her, asking what he does not know, she finally tells him that Mrs. Cheon did far more for her than anyone else ever did. Sahi explains that when she was young, she was nothing but a child abandoned by everyone, and Mrs. Cheon was the one who reached out her hand and took her in, showing her that the world hadn't completely given up on her. For a whole year after the accident that had left her injured, Mrs. Cheon carried her every single day across the mountain to a school an hour away so that she could keep studying even when she couldn't walk well. She says that whether the money she gives now is thousands or millions, she has no regrets, because it will never compare to what that woman did for her. Tayon grows quiet as he listens, and when he finally speaks, his tone softens as he admits she is right and that someone who never carried her shouldn't be the one to judge. He reaches for her ankle, tracing the faint scar there, and asks if it was from that same accident. She nods and says it happened when she was 9 years old. He asks her if it's still hard to talk about, and she quietly explains that she had fallen into a river. The rescue team arrived quickly, but the current was too strong and everyone thought she had drowned. Her ankle had gotten caught between some rocks, and that was the only reason she survived. But by the time they pulled her out, too much time had passed, and her leg had been permanently damaged, leaving her unable to walk properly for a long time. Tayon listens closely, his eyes dark with emotion, and asks why she even went to the river that day. Sahi says she had gone to look for her younger sibling's doll, the one that had been lost near the riverbank, and she had wanted to help find it, but she slipped and fell in. As she speaks, her thoughts turn inward, and she thinks that someday a time might come when she can tell him everything about her past, all the pieces she has kept hidden. But even if that day never comes, she feels that moments like this are enough, where he simply holds her without asking for more. Later, Tayon calls Secretary Kim and asks about something that happened 20 years ago. Kim tells him that around that time, Park Ji-soo had received a payment of about 500 million won from the chairman. Tayon immediately connects the timeline. 20 years ago, Sahi had fallen into the river searching for her sibling's doll, and during that same period, Park Ji-soo had been paid to quietly settle a matter related to that same sibling. The pieces start to fit together in his mind like a puzzle he can't ignore. He asks Secretary Kim who told him that information, and Kim replies that it was Chief Seo. Tayon nods and tells him to contact Chief Seo right away because he wants to see him tomorrow. The next morning, Sahi wakes up feeling a little tired. Tayon checking on her, asking if her stomach feels okay, and though she tries to sound fine, he can tell she is barely holding up, but she brushes it off saying she will live. He tells her that he is heading to Seoul for a while and might be late, so she should not wait for him, and she asks if there is something special happening there. Tayon says there is a ritual that day, though he has something more urgent to take care of, so she just tells him to take care. He mentions that they keep postponing their dates and that she must be frustrated, but Sahi admits that yesterday already felt like one, which makes him laugh and say that's good, and if things get too much, she should just open the door. She wonders what he means, and when she steps out, she sees a small bag near the door and realizes he must have stopped by quietly. He tells her he wanted to let her rest more and asks if he should have woken her up, but she says it's fine, though a small part of her feels strangely disappointed, and he teases that next time he will just come in and mess with her, so she should not act like she's disappointed, and she quickly denies it, while he simply says that he is the only one who is, reminding her to eat properly before hanging up. Later that morning, Tayon's mother notices that her son is not home and feels a sting of irritation, thinking that there is no point in arranging a fortune ritual when her son does not even value the fortune given by his parents. While she is lost in thought, Hansung calls her, and when she answers, the other woman's voice is hesitant, saying she just wanted to apologize, explaining that no one expected Jisoo to have a boyfriend, and though it seemed they were about to break up, her family pressured her to return home, so she had to leave abruptly without settling things properly. Tayon's mother listens with polite silence, but inwardly she mocks the woman's words, thinking that these so-called apologies mean nothing because conglomerate heirs all end up in arranged marriages anyway, and those relationships, no matter how private or shallow, are just business masks that everyone tolerates. Out loud, she only says that they were a little shocked, keeping her tone calm, while inside, she already feels the weight of another manipulative social game starting again. Hansung Madame says she feels terrible, that her daughter is suffering after losing her first love, and she calls herself shameless but still begs understanding, saying she feels sorry toward Tayon and his mother. Tayon's mother replies smoothly that it is all right, while her mind suspecting that Hansung's family has not given up yet and that the Saintess Park, who guides these families with her spiritual predictions, seems to be moving things according to some bigger plan, because she had already said today was an auspicious day for Tayon. She is grateful Hansung even called, though deep down she knows the conversation is just another layer of social performance. Hansung continues, explaining that her daughter had promised to end things properly once she returned, yet she never expected it to drag on, and she even flatters Tayon's mother, saying they missed the chance to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law. She asks her to tell Tayon that they are sorry if he feels hurt. Hansung quickly adds that maybe it would not be too hard to arrange another meeting between the two, implying she still hopes to tie their families together again. Standing before her mirror, Tayon's mother smiles and says she will see what she can do, confessing that even as a mother she finds her son difficult to handle and she will try talking to him first. But when she hangs up, her reflection shows the truth she hides from everyone else. She knows arranging another meeting is easy. The real problem is her son's stubborn heart, and if he refuses to let go of that other girl, then she will simply make that girl let go of him instead. Meanwhile, in Seoul, Tayon sits inside his car and meets Chief Seo, already suspecting the topic, and says that if this meeting is about director Jung Tae-jun's scandal, then there is nothing he can do to help. Tayon explains that is not the reason he called him, but Seo still looks uncertain until Tayon asks about the 500 million won that Yonghwadang received 20 years ago, wondering what exactly that money was for. The question silences Seo immediately, and Tayon watches him carefully, noticing his hesitation, then adds that it never seemed like a simple donation or gift. Seo finally asks why Tayon is bringing it up now, and Tayon replies that it is just personal curiosity. Seo says he didn't believe it at first because it sounded absurd, but it was the first case like that he had ever seen, when the second granddaughter of Saintess Park, Hunji, had pushed her older sister into a river, nearly killing her, and there had even been a witness. Tayon realizes where this is leading and quietly asks if that 500 million was to silence the witness, and Seo confirms it was. After that meeting, Tayon speaks with his secretary Kim, asking about the prosecution's upcoming investigation into their players, and Kim says it will begin soon, with the first reports expected within a week. He adds that since the news embargo has been lifted, the second granddaughter of the Yonghwadang household has been excluded from the scandal. Tayon only nods, saying they should head to Myeonghyunjae because he needs to see the chairman. On the other hand, Taeyeon's mother comes to meet Sahi. Sahi invites Taeyeon's mother inside with polite warmth, asking her to sit and offering something to drink, but she declines with a graceful smile, saying she is fine. She has heard Sahi is a writer, though she never realized that she also draws so well. She adds that she has even read one of Sahi's books and found it touching, with a good message and adorable drawings that made it so charming. The compliment makes Sahi's heart lift for a moment as she thanks her, feeling genuinely pleased that Taeyeon's mother has read her work. But the woman continues and admits that she once thought Sahi was simply passing time in the countryside, yet now she realizes she might have been wrong. Then she asks if Sahi could draw something for her, and though the request catches Sahi off guard, she nods and agrees. A little later, Sahi shows her the finished sketch, her fingers trembling slightly as she hands it over. Tayon's mother studies the drawing, saying it looks pretty and wondering if she truly appears like that, and Sahi compliments her saying she is beautiful. Tayon mother thanks her not only for the drawing but also for spending time with Tayon. That remark surprises Sahi, but the woman continues saying that it feels like just yesterday her son was running around with toy guns and robots pretending to fight the world, and that she used to think he had long outgrown such things. She pauses and smiles thinly, adding that perhaps it is because she is his mother that seeing him now playing with something delicate and pretty feels strange, though she insists Sahi should not take it the wrong way. She believes Sahi is just having a bit of fun with Tayon, and that she cannot imagine her being serious about it, so she advises her to enjoy the moment while it lasts, and when it ends, to simply put everything back where it belongs. Before Sahi can find a response, the woman places an envelope on her hand, explaining that it is not much, just something to thank her for the drawing, and that Sahi should not be afraid to take it. Sahi feels her stomach twist and quietly refuses. She tells her that she cannot accept the money because her feelings for Tayon are real, that she truly likes him and is not playing games. Sahi tries to explain that her love is not like that she knows she may not be good enough, but her feelings are sincere. Yet before she can finish, the woman cuts her off and agrees sharply that yes, she is indeed lacking. She continues saying that even if Sahi were perfectly average, this relationship would still not work because Tayon's marriage is not a matter of love, but of business, and that is simply how their world functions. She adds that she wishes things were different, that if Sahi were the daughter of a powerful family, they could call it a love match, release a press statement, and make it all sound romantic and noble, but she is not that kind of girl. She finally says that she knows who Sahi really is, the shaman's granddaughter, and that this fact alone ruins any possibility of their union. Then she says that being with Sahi would mean Tayon is choosing a crippled life, because while other men in his position speed down highways supported by strong in-laws, he would be limping along, weighed down by a girl with nothing. Sahi's heart cracks as she listens, her lips trembling though she forces herself to stay still, and the older woman leans forward slightly, asking if she really wants her son to live like that, barely scraping by, and if she calls that love. She asks if Sahi could live knowing she ruined the man she loves. The silence that follows feels suffocating, and though Sahi tries to hold back, her eyes sting with tears she cannot show. That night, Sahi sits alone in the dark, the conversation replaying endlessly in her mind. She keeps hearing the woman's voice telling her to go and end things inside her until she can no longer hold back her tears. Her phone lights up with Tayon's name. The door opens, and before she can wipe her face, he steps in and pulls her into his arms, holding her close and whispering that he misses her. He asks why she is still awake and what she did all day, and she replies faintly that she was just drawing. He then asks if she thought of him, and Sahi cannot answer because her thoughts are too heavy. In her heart, she dreamed of him, of walking hand in hand with him beneath the bright sunlight, but she knows they are too different to walk that road together. She feels like someone standing in the shadows, unable to catch up with the light, and she realizes that unless he slows down, she will never be able to walk beside him. She tells herself that they are from two different worlds. As her chest tightens, she lifts her head and kisses him softly. She tells him to hurt her, so she never forgets this night. As they move close together, Sahi's thoughts drift in confusion and quiet regret. Her heart feels heavy because she senses how unfair this moment is, as if she has fallen into unexpected misfortune in a single instant. It feels to her that she is born only for sorrow, since whenever the sun seems to shine, its warmth belongs to others, the wind carries laughter somewhere far away, and even the flowers around her seem to wilt like ruins. Yet even with all those thoughts swirling in her mind, she still hopes that when Tayon remembers this moment someday, there will be at least a trace of light in it. If not light, then a little warmth, something that allows her to remain in his memory for a while. Deep inside, she admits to herself that she likes him, and she dares to like him even when she knows she should not. When morning arrives, Tayon wakes up before her. The sunlight filters softly through the curtains, touching her face as she sleeps. He lies there for a moment, looking at her quietly and thinking that she once said she had lived here since she was a child. He wonders how that younger version of her managed to survive through all the loneliness. Perhaps she found reasons to smile. Maybe she tried to smile even when she was hurt, when she was left alone, or when she felt miserable. He remembers the photo of her that used to bother him and realizes now that he never understood how precious that small captured moment actually was. He leans forward and kisses her gently. When her eyes open slowly, he tells her to sleep a little longer. Then he says that some work matters have come up and that he has to leave for Seoul earlier than planned. In 3 days, he adds softly that they should go out today and tomorrow, spend time together before he leaves. She smiles faintly and nods, and they both exchange a quiet look that carries both affection and the sadness of an approaching end. The story shifts back to an earlier moment when Tayon meets the chairman. He stands before him, placing a report on the desk, and says it contains details about the money that was laundered through Yonghwadang. He explains that it is time to stop covering for them. Then he brings up the incident involving Hunji 20 years ago, saying that considering what happened back then and what is happening now, he worries that Hunji might drag both him and Jungmoon into trouble again. Later, as Taeyeon smokes alone, he thinks to himself that he has finally cut off his cash cow. The flow of money he once depended on is gone, and there is only one thing left for him to deal with. His eyes wander toward the papers on Sahi's desk, the documents for the study abroad program. He wonders why she has taken them out again since she said before that she was not going. He picks them up, noticing that the size of the submission sheets looks about the same as her canvas. A quiet thought crosses his mind. Could this be the reason she changed her mind about going to Seoul with him? Not long after, Secretary Kim enters and informs him that Madam has already departed for Seoul early that morning. Taeyeon's eyes narrow slightly because he knows his mother would never leave without making a move first. He tells Kim to find out discreetly what exactly she did yesterday, and then he says he will send him a phone number. Within a week, he wants a complete log of all incoming and outgoing calls from that number. Kim nods, understanding the weight behind his calm tone. As evening falls, Sahi wakes up again and finds that Taeyeon has already left. The bed beside her feels empty and cold. She sits up slowly, remembering that he said he will return to Seoul in 3 days, which means there are now only 2 days left. Her phone rings and she answers. It is her uncle, who tells her that he has sent the number for the delivery service she requested and also mentions that Madame is on her way to Seoul today. After hearing that, Sahi lowers the phone and sits quietly for a moment. She wonders if what Taeyeon said last night was his way of preparing her for this, his way of telling her not to feel guilty for acting like his lover while she still can. She stands up, dresses, and goes to her canvas. Looking at the blank surface, she whispers to herself that 2 days might be a blessing in disguise after all. As she paints, her thoughts travel deeper into her heart. She remembers how she once wished that he would bend for her, that he would break just once, come down to her level, and see what it feels like to live without pride or distance. She used to think it would be beautiful if he could meet her halfway even once. But now she knows that will never happen, because that is not who Jung Taeyeon is. The colors spread slowly across the canvas, and her brush moves with steady rhythm. Her heart feels calm yet heavy because she understands now that this relationship will bring nothing but misery to both of them. So, she tells herself as she presses her brush to the canvas one last time, it is better to end it now. The scene opens with Sahi passing nearby her family, where her grandma is already in the middle of a quiet conversation with Hunji's father and her daughter about the family's lingering debts. Madam Min listens calmly until the topic shifts, and then she turns her gaze toward Hunji, asking if the marriage registration has been completed today. Hunji's father nods and Hunji herself hugs grandma tightly, thanking her and apologizing in a trembling voice. She promises she will live well with Hyunggu, her tone full of gratitude and nervous joy. Then, her expression unreadable, thinking that everyone has their own standing in life, and from where she stands, this marriage is the best choice she could have made. But as her thoughts drift, she looks at Sahi. She sighs quietly to herself, wondering what will become of that girl. Everyone has their place in life, and when someone dares to love beyond that boundary, the price is usually loneliness. That thought lingers in her heart, like a shadow she cannot brush away. At the same time, Sahi checks her phone and sees a message from Taeyeon. He asks if she wants to have lunch with him, but she replies that she is already eating. so he simply texts again, saying they should have dinner together instead. She answers with a short, "Okay," yet her face looks sad as she sets the phone down. By sunset, she receives a call from him again. His voice sounds relaxed as he asks if she is still painting. He tells her to finish soon because he is already on his way to pick her up. She freezes in surprise and asks if he is really coming all the way there, insisting he does not need to go to such trouble. Before she can say more, she turns toward the window and finds him standing there outside, smiling. He looks amused as he says this must be how she paints. Sahi blushes and tells him she will finish right away and that he should give her a moment. His smile deepens and he asks if he can watch her paint, maybe even from inside. She hesitates, caught off guard, then finally murmurs that he can come in. When he steps into her small studio, his eyes naturally fall on the study abroad documents lying on her table. The memory of Secretary Kim's report flashes in his mind. Kim had said that Madam had left for Seoul early that morning and that, according to the staff, she had been punctual with her routines, collecting her mail regularly and being in her room each time. Tayon had suspected she was up to something, and now, seeing those papers again, his curiosity grows. Sahi, unaware of his thoughts, opens her oil paint box and warns that while she does not mind him watching, the strong smell might bother him. He tells her casually to do as she likes, his tone carrying quiet amusement. She sits and begins to paint again, her brush moving with smooth precision, and he notices how much progress she has made since morning. Later, they head to the annex together. Tayon smiles and says that since this is supposed to be a date, they should start with dinner. The table inside is already set beautifully, and Sahi looks around in surprise, wondering when he even found time to prepare all this. She thanks him politely for the meal, but he simply smiles and places food on her plate, telling her to eat plenty. When she pushes the plate back and says she can serve herself, he teases that if he eats too much, things will not go well for her later. His playful tone makes her blush, and he keeps smiling as if enjoying her embarrassment. After a few quiet moments, he asks her when she started painting. She answers softly that it began during her first year of middle school, because her art teacher told her she had a natural talent for it, and she herself liked it too. In her heart, she thinks how, even though that was the only thing she had, she is still grateful for it because art became her greatest comfort during her hardest years. Tayon tells her she must still enjoy painting a lot, seeing how she draws every day. She nods and says that now it is also her job. Then, he asks about her dream of becoming a children's book illustrator. Sahi explains that it started when she used to do volunteer art projects at a children's center with her friends. She had made a small illustrated story to entertain the kids there, and one day, a senior from college who worked at a publishing house happened to see it. He chuckles and asks if she really did that kind of thing too. Smiling, she says she just followed along with her friends. Then his tone shifts slightly as he asks, "What about now?" The question catches her off guard. He studies her face and asks if she still wants to become a renowned painter. He tells her gently that the work she paints now do not feel quite the same as the ones she used to create. His words make her tense. Inside, she realizes he must have seen the study abroad papers. For him to bring this up now, there must be a certain response he is hoping to hear. He watches her intently, waiting for her to deny it, to tell him she never planned to study abroad, that those were just some papers she happened to receive. But after a pause, she quietly says she wants to continue. His brows lift slightly as he asks what she means by that. She looks down at her hands and says softly that even if she never becomes someone remarkable, she still wants to keep painting, simply because she loves it. For a brief moment, Tayon's expression relaxes, a faint smirk tugging at his lips as if her answer pleases him. He thinks to himself that while he has lived his whole life by calculations and plans, her simple honesty makes her shine even more. Then, in a teasing tone, he suddenly asks if she wants to stay over tonight. The question makes her almost spill her water as her face turns bright red. She stammers, flustered, realizing what he means, and her heart beats faster as she struggles to respond. He watches her reaction with a faint smile, quietly enjoying the way she looks whenever she loses her composure. It is late at night when Sahi prepares to take a shower. Tayon watches her quietly, then casually hands her a shirt, telling her to take it with her. She blinks at the shirt, wondering if it is meant for her to change into afterward, and asks if he actually wants her to come out wearing this. He replies playfully that since she will take it off again anyway, it should not matter, unless she would rather that they shower together. He adds teasingly, leaning close to her ear. Her face turns crimson as she jumps back, shouting a flustered no before rushing into the bathroom. While she is inside, Tayon waits on the sofa and checks his phone. A message has just arrived from Secretary Kim. It is the call history he requested, Yeon Sahi's call log. He scrolls through the list with a thoughtful look, realizing that the only call worth noting is one from driver Yongdal. He leans back, frowning slightly, thinking that they must have been quite busy without him noticing. Meanwhile, Sahi stands under the shower, her thoughts swirling restlessly. She tells herself that even though she has already decided she must talk to him about ending things, time keeps slipping by. What should have been just 2 days feels like one, and before she knows it, midnight is about to pass. Their relationship, which was only meant to exist until that time, now feels like a fragile illusion she must soon shatter. She takes a deep breath, thinking she will end this deception once the night is over. When she steps out of the shower, her hair is still damp and she is dressed in his loose shirt. She sees him sitting on the sofa, waiting patiently, and for a moment, her resolve weakens. She knows she needs to hurry and talk to him about ending things, but another voice inside her whispers that there might be no harm in being like this with him for just a little longer. For 2 more days maybe, just a little more time to pretend. She walks over and sits beside him. Tayon pours wine into 2 glasses, saying the wine is quite good, but that its alcohol content is high, so she should be careful. Curious, she asks how strong it really is, and he smiles faintly, replying that once she regains her senses, she might already find herself doing something strange with him. She glares at him playfully and takes a sip, but the taste burns her throat, making her cough. He chuckles and says he warned her. She insists she is fine with this much, but he tilts his head and asks if she really is. Before he can stop her, she starts gulping down more, insisting that she can handle it. He quickly reaches over, telling her to slow down, but she only smiles faintly, saying again that she is fine. Then, leaning closer, her voice drops as she murmurs that she just wants to get drunk. He looks at her and quietly asks why. She does not answer him directly, but inside her heart, she tells herself the truth. She wants to stop thinking, to forget all the complicated thoughts that keep circling in her mind, to blur her reality and escape the guilt of deceiving him. Without another word, she leans forward and kisses him. The kiss lingers, soft but trembling, and when she finally pulls back, she whispers that he has always been weird. He only smiles and refills their glasses, gently clinking his against hers in a quiet toast. As she takes another sip, he studies her face and notices the faint unease in her eyes. He asks what is wrong, and she murmurs that it feels hot. He smirks slightly and tells her to take off her clothes if she feels that way, then teasingly adds that maybe he should help her with that instead. Her cheeks flush bright red, and she hurriedly starts drinking again to hide her embarrassment. He reaches out, stopping her hand and taking the glass away, telling her softly that they should stop here. She protests weakly, asking why, saying she can still drink more, but he just looks at her for a moment before setting the glass down. Then he suddenly pulls her into his arms, holding her tightly. His voice is calm yet firm as he tells her to stop acting out of character. Yesterday she said she wanted it to hurt, and today she wants to get drunk. If she keeps this up, she might start looking forward to what she will want tomorrow too. As his words sink in, she falls silent, her heart pounding in her chest. He moves closer, his hands finding hers, gently but firmly pinning them against the bed as he leans over her, his gaze steady and unreadable in the dim light. The next morning, Tayon wakes up while Sahi is still asleep beside him, her breathing soft and even in the quiet room. He gets out of bed quietly, careful not to disturb her, and steps outside. He contacts Kim, telling him that room service will not be needed today, and they can just bring in the meal instead. Then he gives another instruction, asking Kim to dig deeper into his mother's affairs, even if rumors begin to circulate in the office. He tells him to check the accounts as well, not caring if his decision stirs gossip. Kim simply replies with a respectful "all right." As Tayon ends the call, his thoughts drift toward his mother. He wonders if she really could have resorted to such an outdated trick, something that feels like a relic from the 1980s. Then he questions himself. Perhaps he is being too hopeful. Perhaps it is just wishful thinking. Yet, between his doubts and logic, a strange wish forms in his heart. He thinks that rather than Sahi choosing to leave him on her own, he would rather be the one to decide how things end. Inside the room, Sahi stirs in her sleep, the sunlight filtering through the curtains as she slowly opens her eyes. She blinks in confusion, wondering what time it could be. When she looks at the clock and sees that it is already 3 in the afternoon, she sits up abruptly, Surprised that she has slept so long, she murmurs to herself, wondering how she could have possibly slept in until now. Just then, the door opens and Tayon steps inside, turning on the light. Seeing her awake, he asks calmly if she just woke up and how her body feels. Still drowsy, she answers that she feels fine, then looks around and realizes she cannot find the clothes she wore yesterday. Tayon walks closer, sits beside her, and tells her that he placed them in the dressing room. He leans forward and presses a gentle kiss to her forehead, saying he will go get them for her, so she should just wait for him. He adds that he also asked for a light meal to be prepared. Embarrassed by his words, she hesitates before asking whether it was Mrs. Chun or Uncle who prepared it. Tayon smiles at her question and tells her not to worry. It was Kim who handled it for him. His tone is calm but reassuring, and she feels slightly relieved, even if her cheeks are still red. Later, after she puts on the shirt, Tayon glances at her and says, "It looks like she showered while he was away." His voice carries a casual warmth as he asks whether she is sure she does not want to sleep a little more. She shakes her head, saying she is sure that she has rested enough. Then, without warning, Tayon tells her to stay still. He moves closer, takes her legs gently, and places them on his lap. He says he will massage them for her and asks her to bear with it for a bit. She giggles softly and tells him it tickles, but he reminds her that she seemed to like it yesterday, so why not today? Her face flushes with embarrassment, and she murmurs under her breath that the only reason she said that before was because he wanted to hear it. Tayon looks amused, but before either of them can say more, there is a knock on the door. He gets up, saying he will go get it, and returns shortly with the food tray. He sets it on the table and tells her to come and eat. As she begins to eat, Tayon lies down beside her, resting his head on her lap. She frowns slightly and tells him that he should sit up properly while working, that lying like that is not good. But Tayon smiles lazily and tells her not to ruin the mood. His words make her fall silent. As she looks down at him, she feels her heart beating faster. She knows she should not feel this way, but the quiet closeness between them feels too gentle to resist. She begins to absent-mindedly play with his hair, her fingers brushing through the soft strands. Inside her heart, she whispers that right now, this moment will end soon, and when she wakes up again, it will all feel like a dream. Suddenly, her hand pauses, lost in thought. Tayon notices and opens his eyes, asking softly why she stopped. His gaze meets hers as he tells her to keep going, to hurry. Startled by the sudden intensity in his voice, she starts moving her hand again, brushing his hair quietly while her mind races. Tayon keeps watching her, his expression unreadable, and then, in a voice that sounds half serious and half tired, he asks her a question that catches her off guard. He asks whether they should just live like this forever.